Ulaanbaatar, capital of Mongolia. This metropolis set amid the steppes is the pulsating heart of the country. It combines the cultures of old with a lively feeling of stepping forward to new horizons. Souk Batarin Talbai is situated in the center of the city, a large square that is flanked by government buildings, the opera house, and various commercial enterprises. Here, in relatively recent times, historic events have taken place. This is the coldest and craziest capital in the world, a place of stark contrasts. An equine statue of General Souk Bataar is located in the middle of the square. Against the Chinese, he was the leader of Mongolia's struggle for independence, the Red Hero. This once socialist metropolis changes from day to day, as does the lifestyle of its inhabitants. Western culture is here to stay. The country's recent past has now been all but forgotten, and many Mongolians have taken up the Western way of life. For them, it's a whole new world. From the Parliament building, Genghis Khan watches over his people, who are now adapting to modern times. The National Museum contains Mongolia's history. In 1779, the country's religious leaders settled here. The spiritual center of Mongolia once lay directly on the Peking-Irkutsk trading route. Thus it became an important center of trade. At that time, the city was called Ergu, and life was determined by the region's monasteries and lamas. Subsequently, Chinese traders and workers, Russians, and even Europeans settled here. In addition to growing prosperity, both art and culture also developed. The Bod Khan Museum is situated close to the river Tuol, once the lifeline of the original settlement. With 7 temples and a single-story timber building of Russian design. The Winter Palace for the Bod Khan was built in 1912, the year when Mongolia gained its independence from China. Then, the Bod Gagin, the most revered person in Mongolia, became transformed into the Bod Khan, who was then both the country's spiritual and worldly leader. The Winter Palace was gifted by the Russian Tsar, Nicholas II, and until 1924 was inhabited by the last Mongolian king. The throne hall, as well as the other rooms, feature the palace's original furniture, and also several gifts from numerous monarchs and dignitaries. From here, the country was ruled with Russian assistance until the declaration of the People's Republic. The Zanbazar Museum features works by renowned artist Ondur Gagin Zanbazar. When he was just 5 years of age, he became leader of Mongolia's Buddhists. The Enlightened One created great works of Buddhist art. such as paintings, sculptures, and tapestries. His devout faith, allied to the teachings of both the Panchen Lama and Dalai Lama in Tibet, influenced him greatly. Thus, Sanbazar became the first Bodh Gigin, a Buddhist dignitary who, for 3 centuries, was the spiritual head of the country. Under Sanbazar's leadership, Mongolia's first monasteries were built, although the largest was constructed in 1838, the Gandan Hid. The architecture of the temple complex indicates the Tibetan roots of Mongolian Buddhism. Both young and old lamas wear colorful clothes. Between 1939 and 1944, the monastery ceased its religious activities. But today, the Buddhist high school is open once again. At the time when this large monastery was active, there were Ger settlements nearby, and larger buildings subsequently followed. Gandan Hid is a pilgrimage destination for the faithful from all over Mongolia. They pray and wind prayer mills and crowd into the main sanctuary. In the monastery's main temple is a 26-meter-high statue, the Buddha of Mercy, patron saint of Mongolia. It weighs 20 tons and is decorated with gold and gems. A classical building contains the Natural History Museum, which features exhibits from all over Mongolia. Particularly well known are a number of exhibits that date back to primeval times. Dinosaur skeletons and petrified eggs from the Gobi Desert. The museum was founded in 1924 and is divided into sections for geography, geology, botany and fauna. Mongolia's wildlife is also featured prominently. Today, the outlying districts of Ulaanbaatar are inhabited by rural people who live in circular tents. These Ger districts have no water supply, proper drainage systems or electricity. Indeed, the Mongolian nomad has no need of these services. Here, freedom is the most prized possession. The nomads once left the bodies of the deceased unburied, so they were consumed by wildlife. Eventually, however, cemeteries were built, such as the National Cemetery that is situated on a hill above the city. Here, the dead of both past and present find their final place of rest. On another hill is the oldest of the city's cemeteries, mainly only accessible when the weather is fine. This, the only true city in Mongolia, is expanding rapidly. Each day, more young families settle here. This modern city is currently experiencing a building boom. Structures of steel, concrete and glass have emerged here since 1990. Each plot of land is in use. Traffic is also on the increase, and for much of the day, the main streets are blocked. The glittering city acts as a magnet for one and all. New restaurants, internet cafes and shops open from week to week. Rapid growth seems unstoppable. And Ulaanbaatar is becoming UB. Construction work is everywhere. The face of the city is constantly changing. The young are beginning to follow Western fashion trends and culture. UB is on the up and up. The motor car is a status symbol of the nouveau riche. And the city's biggest shopping centre sells everything. Here, commercial life is growing from strength to strength. And those with money can shop till they drop. There are also highly visible contrasts, modern skyscrapers next to Gare shops on wheels. Mercury Market is a small traditional market. Each day, farmers offer a plentiful variety of fresh vegetables for sale. Here, fruit and other produce is to be found that is not available anywhere else in the city. There's always a good supply of food here. The Trans-Siberian Railway that runs from Moscow to Peking has also contributed to the rapid development of the city, although the trains stop here only briefly. In the nearby Railway Museum, some of the old locomotives of this famous railroad are exhibited, and due homage paid to Stalin and the Red Star. How many times must these mighty steam engines have pulled their lengthy carriages across the endless landscape? Buddha Park, situated at the foot of Saizan Mountain, was inaugurated in 2005. A popular leisure destination for both locals and honeymooners alike. A huge Buddha surveys visitors who rotate prayer mills and strike a large bell. Recently, the mountain slope has been decorated with a huge head of the omnipresent Genghis Khan. In the center of Ulaanbaatar, the Monastery Museum of Shoishin Laminhid opens its doors for courageous visitors. This splendid building was constructed in 1904. The unique monastery complex was built for the younger brother of Mongolia's last monarch. Shoishin was a member of the Tantric school, a Buddhist doctrine. He was highly influential due to his magic powers. This well-preserved monastery features the largest collection of Mongolian Sam dance masks that are among the most prized of Mongolian art. The paintings on the walls and ceilings feature scenes of the Buddhist tortures of hell. There are further exhibits that were once reserved only for the eyes of the chosen few. Here, ceremonies were practiced from which the normal faithful were banned. One of these was the esoteric event of the state oracle. Almost 50 kilometers east of Ulaanbaatar is a leisure area for the inhabitants of the city, the Terech National Park. Here, amid fine and protected nature, visitors can do what each Mongolian can do best: ride, across country and without limit. Huge rocks with strange names and splendid river meadows welcome those who come to one of the many Ger camps. Here, relaxation is the order of the day, with climbing, hiking, riding, and even open-air billiards. Everywhere, sheep and goats pasture peacefully and remain unfazed by tourist buses and cars, and enjoy running across the meadows. On the slopes at the end of the valley is a small Buddhist monastery set in picturesque surroundings. The journey to the top is well worth it. The monastery was built for the wedding of a grandson of Tushit Khan to the 6th princess of King Emperor Kangxi. It lies in a scenic location with a wonderful view across the valley. To the south of the city, there's another fine leisure area, the Bod Ul Nature Reserve. It's located at the end of a blossom-covered valley. The paths are ideal for exploring the landscape, and mysterious columns indicate those whose final resting place is here. And everywhere, flowers and green vegetation. On the mountain slope at the end of the valley are the ruins of the Manzushir Hid monastery that was founded in 1733. An historic place. Traces of the Turkish hordes were found here. And it's also believed that Genghis Khan once had his headquarters here in this sheltered valley. Galdan, leader of the West Mongolians, is said to have lost a battle against the Chinese Emperor Kangxi here. A turning point in Mongolian history. Today, only paintings, a Buddha, and an image of the Dalai Lama indicate religious faith. Back in Ulaanbaatar, we visit a river landscape outside the city gates. This is in strong contrast to the bad air and hubbub of the nearby metropolis. Prayer banners and colourful cloth in the trees indicate a holy place. Here, people collect health-giving berries from wild bushes. In one of the ceremonial areas, we're allowed to attend a boo. Colourful cloth waves dramatically in the breeze above the place where the evocation takes place. The shaman is primed by his assistant. In order to communicate with the spirit world, his soul must leave his body. And during the trance dance that is accompanied by drum beats, the soul travels to the desired locations. Next, the spirits are either evoked or fended off. The ceremony becomes increasingly tense, and the dance wilder and wilder. Finally, the shaman collapses. When he has recovered from the trance, he drinks and speaks with the faithful. Shamanism is common here. At the eastern edge of the city, within the spacious plains of the River Tuol, there is a special tourist attraction, the extravagant Hotel Mongolia. This huge hotel complex resembles an old Buddhist monastery complex, with a gear section and a central temple restaurant. Beyond the huge walls of the temple city is a large circular tent on a movable pedestal. The leaders of the Mongolian tribes once traveled in such tents. The Nadam is performed and explained to tourists who've traveled here from all over the world. Nadam is the most important festival in Mongolia. The roots of this competition date back to the time of the ancient Turks and Hun. Genghis Khan developed contests for his warriors from its traditions. Horse racing, archery, and wrestling. With a wild dance performed by colourfully dressed young dancers, a reenactment of the Nadam festival begins. Virtuoso throat singers and horse-headed fiddlers set the contestants in the right mood. A typical snake woman from Mongolia's state circus school performs amazing acrobatic contortions. Finally, wrestlers make ritual circles around their seconds. The game is on. They wrestle. The one who lands on the ground first with any other part of the body but their hands and feet is the loser. The winner presents himself proudly to the admiring crowd. The best wrestlers in the country are highly respected and treated like stars. After horse racing and archery, masked dancers complete the festival, led by the old white man who symbolizes happiness and a long life. Ritual throat chanting accompanies the dancers who wear animal head masks. A fine finale for a festival that reflects the gritty character of the country. Wild, demanding, and tough. Music, dance, and song have always been the main features of Mongolian culture. And since 2002, this show theatre has presented The Moonstone. More than 90 young artists perform in a splendid revue with breathtaking traditional music and dance. The Mongolian long song, religious songs, traditional instrumentation, the unique horse-headed fiddle, and throat chanting. It has the lot. The choreography of the Mongolian soul features wild temperament, deep passion, and boundless enthusiasm. This has been an amazing visit to an exotic and little-known world. And this capital city, with all its incredible contrasts, seems almost unreal. But Ulaanbaatar is very much here, now, and heading for the future.
The Grand Canyon National Park is the most beautiful and well-known nature reserve in America. Here begins a journey in time within a 1,600-meter deep abyss. The 5,000 square kilometer national park rises to a height of over 2,200 meters and covers more than 4 different climatic zones. North Rim is the first entrance point. The comfortable approach road at Point Imperial ends on the edge of the canyon. A well-built path leads along the abyss, and numerous offshoots offer captivating views into the impressive ravine below. The majestic panorama that stretches across centuries of natural history leaves those who see it awestruck and inspired. Like watchmen of a long-forgotten time, bizarrely shaped stone points rise up from massive stone formations. In neat formation and piled one above the other, 12 geological layers of various time periods are evident, yet its time span ranges only from the fossil-rich 250-million-year-old limestone of the Kaibab Plateau to the almost 2-million-year-old Vishu slate at the bottom of the ravine. The Colorado has created this natural masterpiece in less than 10 million years. Incredible heat and icy cold eroded the rock, and then rain washed it down into a powerful river. In 1919, the Grand Canyon was declared a national park, and in 1979, it was added to the list of World Heritage Sites, an important acknowledgement of the ecological importance of this natural wonder. But it is only when standing on the edge of the canyon that one fully appreciates its dimensions and the vastness of the area that it covers. Sandwich-like, the rock formations are in segments, and as a garnish there is the clear blue sky with its cirrus clouds. Kings of the air circle above the ravine. With a bit of luck, we may catch a glimpse of the majestic golden eagle that has a wingspan of 2 meters, or spot a hungry turkey vulture. On its northern edge, temperatures in the Grand Canyon reach a high of approximately 25 degrees centigrade in summer, and on its southern side, about 30 degrees. The interior of the canyon reaches a scorching 45 degrees. Numerous viewing platforms give the photographer a chance to capture a huge variety of wonderful views. But owing to the width and length of these massive formations, it is extremely difficult to decide on the best shot. The Grand Canyon contains 4 climatic zones. The dry zone is situated below a height of 1,200 meters. Up to about 2,000 meters, the nut pine tree and juniper zone extends as a wide belt of light woodland. Scattered with woodland and with a more humid climate, the next zone is known as the transitional zone and rises from 2,000 to 2,400 metres. And the highest zone, called the mountain zone, rises above the southern edge of the plateau by a further 350 metres. Up to 1,600 metres deep and averaging 16 kilometres wide, a huge abyss appears, the incredible dimensions of which are difficult to comprehend. The descent into the canyon is like a journey into the Earth's distant past. The walls of the Grand Canyon record part of the Earth's history. They are evidence of oceans that have expanded and contracted, with Sahara-like deserts and now extinct animals. Steep, narrow craters alternate with wide, generous depressions. Wind and water formed extraordinary colours and forms. This is a dream world that appears to defy the laws of gravity. South Rim is our next destination. Almost 90% of all Grand Canyon visitors come here. It is open throughout the year, and the constant stream of visitors ensures that the management of the national park, which is responsible for the maintenance and care of the landscape and all of its flora and fauna, will be kept extremely busy. The organisation within the park is excellent. For each visitor, there's a colourful range of excursions and tours. Whether it be adventurous or leisurely, there's something here for everyone. The Grand Canyon is also Indian territory. Thus, the Navajos and Hopi Indians still inhabit this region, and the Havasuapi Indians live in one of the nearby canyons. The Havasuapi Indians were originally hunters and gatherers, and to some extent they also farmed the land. As semi-nomads, they moved into the canyon in springtime to cultivate their fields. After the harvest, they returned to their camp on the high plateau. Today, the Navajo Indians tend to the land and raise cattle and sheep, and also offer guided walks. Juniper trees are very hardy. They can go without water for long periods and can survive for several centuries. Wonderful necklaces are made from the kernels of the fruit. At one time, the Indians used the soft bark of the juniper trees to make clothing, sleeping mats, and babies' nappies. And the large seeds of the nut pine were considered to be a delicacy. The canyon can be crossed from both the north and south sides. It covers more than 33 kilometers and takes between 3 and 4 days. Steep cliffs, jagged rocks, and massive isolated mountain-like terrain combine to make the Grand Canyon take on amazingly gigantic proportions. The depth and breadth of the rock formations goes on and on. The Grand Canyon is also a good antidote for pride. In 1895, Dr. Mary Hart said, "Stand on the edge of the canyon, look deep down into its depths, and understand for the first time your own insignificance." In the 16th century, the Spaniards introduced the horse to America, and it wasn't too long before the native Indians acquired their own horses and, as a result, subsequently adapted their way of life to their newfound mode of transport. Thus, an array of exciting new possibilities opened up for the Indians. The movement of goods was no longer a major problem. Hunting could be undertaken more or less continuously, and long distances could be conquered in record time. Not until the arrival of the horse could any major conflicts be more easily addressed in the enormous distances of the Wild West. Since those times, the horse has now given way to modern four-wheel drive horsepower. However, those who prefer the four-legged variety can still enjoy an adventurous excursion through the canyon on horseback or mule. From a bird's eye view, the mighty river below appears to be moving at a leisurely pace, but this is deceptive. Some sections contain dangerous rapids that turn into a frothy, bubbling mountain of waves. The multi-stepped canyon of the Colorado changes its mood and appearance according to the weather and the position of the sun. The river winds its way 446 kilometers through the Grand Canyon Park. From its source in the Rocky Mountains, the Colorado River flows over 2,300 stony kilometers to its outlet in the Gulf of California. As it does so, it crosses the Colorado Plateau, into whose colorful rock layers it has cut numerous deep ravines. Each day, the river moved an unimaginable 400,000 tons of rock debris in front of the dam structure through the ravine. Around 1870, this magnificent river was extensively explored by Major John Wesley Powell. Countless sporting possibilities are possible in the clear, cold water of the Colorado River. Holiday adventurers are especially catered for. Exciting raft journeys in fast-running water are just as popular as leisurely angling in isolated bays. The rays of the sun make the geological strata appear brown from above and green and blue from below. The cream-coloured strata in the upper parts of the valley walls contain fossils of sponges, corals, snails and crustaceans. The beige-coloured sandstone contains fish skeletons, and in the purple limestone are the impressions of water lilies and primitive crustaceans. Green slate reveals traces of mussels and worms. And at the bottom of the deep canyon there are no further signs of life. Only dark slate that is nearly 2 billion years old, interspersed with grainy pink granite. Like stone gods, the rocks tower up into the crystal clear sky. Yet for the original inhabitants, they are more than simply giant blocks of stone. For the native Indians, the rocks are holy, immovable witnesses of natural history. The Indians associate the stone formations with wonderful spiritual energy, which they respect and hold in awe. Nature Park guides are on hand to give an informative insight to the world of the canyon. By way of detailed explanations, the spectacular natural wonders of the canyon become less of a mystery. In the ravines and woods there are many feathered creatures, such as the red-tailed buzzard, the golden eagle and the migrating thrush, and various species of woodpecker. Rarely seen are the swallow-tailed butterflies that have a wingspan of up to 11 centimetres. Should a skunk feel threatened, caution is best. A rapid exit is wise. Conversely, it's good to spend time with the inquisitive and quaintly striped squirrels. Nightlights and larkspur also blossom here, and the wormwood bush emits a special fragrance. And then there are the poisonous thorn apples with their large trumpet-shaped blossoms. Both plants and animals are at home in the Grand Canyon National Park. A shuttle bus service travels to the most beautiful observation points of the canyon's west rim, and a short rest is a welcome treat. Haze spreads across the vast landscape. Its pointed rocks dominate and reach up into the sky like fingers. Their well-defined, rounded edges were created by extreme climatic conditions. Like pyramids, prominent rocks tower up toward the heavens. These stone monuments almost look like objects from another planet. In fact, they are relics from a distant stage of Earth's evolution. Where the straight ones bend, where above becomes below, and inside turns outwards, flowing as soft as water and wind, the energies which formed them created from stone. An almost surreal scene that draws the observer into flights of fancy. In the ancient rock, there is suddenly the shape of a jumping horse, or is it a dancing Indian? There is almost nowhere else in the world where the layman can gain a comprehensive insight to the history of the formation of the Earth's geological layers, created during the course of the past 2 billion years. Love, hate and death have featured in these wonderful canyons during the shooting of many a great motion picture. Whether Western, drama or romance, many of the greats of the silver screen have experienced the marvels of the Grand Canyon. Yet the Southwest is also a part of the Wild West, in which some of the most difficult and transforming chapters of American colonial history have taken place. Missionaries, cowboys, gunslingers, cattle breeders and Indians. Each one of them has come to this place. The awesome power of nature and extreme climatic conditions have a great influence on the human race. Nevertheless, for hundreds of years, there have been human settlements in the southwest of the United States. The canyon's original inhabitants lived here a long time before the white man knew of the existence of these deep gashes in the Colorado Plateau. And there's something that has been growing here since time immemorial: velvety soft carpets of moss. The dry zone is mainly covered by wide areas of moss and lichen. They hold the earth together and protect it from erosion, and in addition help to supply it with rainwater. In these arid areas, They are the beginning of all life. Because of their similarity to the shape of rose blossom, many botanists believe that the first cacti developed from these. The tough, ground-hugging, prickly pear survives even the coldest nights. The Grand Canyon's plants are tough and durable. A small fissure in the stone and a gentle blossom fights its way to the light. Hardy indigenous old trees stand tall in the Grand Canyon Park. Proud and erect, they cling to the outermost edges of the breathtaking ravine. Petals move gently in the wind. The breeze carries the seeds further and further. And soon another flower, bush or tree will grow again. The great mass of the North American continent is relatively unpopulated. Thus, the mosaic of its untouched natural landscape is a priceless gem of massive dimension in relation to its populated areas. The many nuances of both rock and vegetation are like a selection of colour on an artist's palette that all the time inspire with their unique shapes and dimensions, and stone arches and windows that look like the artistic creation of a lost civilization. The contrast between the grey-green of the canyon surfaces, which for the most part consists of conifers, and the colours of the canyon's rocky walls is a spectacular and unique experience. Nature dominates with a giant carpet of colour. Clouds on the horizon look like smoke signals of a bygone time, as though heavenly scribes are sending a message of peace to the entire world. Long shadows reach across the canyon and project a dreamlike pattern onto its rocky walls, and the air becomes chill. The day draws to an end. The Grand Canyon is 444 kilometers long and the largest and most beautiful canyon on the planet. The sight of this vast rocky landscape at sunset is almost terrifying, as it illuminates like a great roaring fire. The Grand Canyon is the greatest natural wonder and probably the most spectacular manifestation of erosion in the world. A unique place in which man can find harmony and unison with the spectacular forces of nature.
Wieleczka is located near to the former historical Polish capital, Krakow, known for the oldest active salt mine in Europe. The mine was built 700 years ago and today is easy to visit due to the tourist infrastructure set up around it. Nature supplies the salt and salt crystals. And the mines, created through the mining of salt, form a labyrinth of over 300 miles of underground passageways and chambers. As legend has it, Wieliczka's salt was to serve as the dowry for Kunigund, daughter of the Hungarian King Béla, when she married Boleslaw the Chaste. Methane gas, here called saltpeter, used to have to be burned by experienced miners. Today, the mine is equipped with 3 ventilation systems. The work of the mountain men was exhausting and dangerous. They had to dig deep into the salt deposits after the surface brine wells had dried up. In the 17th century, up to 100 horses lived for years in the tunnels and provided the laborious transport. King Casimir introduced in 1368 many rights and privileges for the miners. But the ruler did enjoy the privilege of the extraction and sale of the salt. The salt rock boulders were broken down in the tunnels, dissolved in water and transported up in barrels with a simple elevator device. The water came from lower-lying collection points and was carried over and over again to the wooden vats or pumped up via so-called paternoster lifts. The underground salt deposits built up from the evaporation residue of the waters of the Miocene Sea, block-shaped above and seam-shaped below. This was recognized early on by humans who knew how to make use of this knowledge. The miners were highly religious, which led to the construction of various chapels in the mountain. But the incredible highlight is when you see the majesty of a cathedral made of salt. Salt is an ancient symbol of friendship, loyalty, and connectedness. The figures and reliefs on the walls are all carved out of salt and show Christian motifs, stages in Jesus' life. The flight into Egypt, the crib at Bethlehem, the Last Supper, and the resurrection. Different altars made out of salt, such as of Kinga, Kunigund, blessed by Pope John Paul II. The salt labyrinth of Wieliczka was known throughout medieval Europe, with the mines finally reaching 250 kilometers in length. Heaps of the extracted salt can be seen over and over again. And the tour leads through chambers where wooden wickerwork reveals the masterful art of the mine carpenters. The oversized wooden structures are designed so that they can withstand the pressure of the overlying chamber ceiling. Even souvenirs made out of salt are for sale in one chamber. Now a wooden staircase leads deeper into a next chamber, at the bottom of which a small lake can be seen. Finally, the chamber Pilsudski lies before us, with an almost endless staircase from the upper entrance to the floor, which is covered with water. The lighting here makes everything look like a scene from a fairy tale. We reach the chamber Wasova at a depth of 125 meters. And then yet another staircase leading down to the chapel of St. John. Holy Masses have been held here from as early as 1859. The Salt Mine Museum is located in the old mine. The gala uniforms of the miners are exhibited here. As well as various salt-coated objects and exceptionally shaped salt crystals. These were created by water leaking in, leading to the formation of these unique shapes. It is the slow crystallization of the salt that has conjured up these structures of extraordinary beauty. This salt mine from the 13th century secured prosperity and wealth for the area for centuries. The mine provided people work, resulting in large swathes of miners in the area. But fire, water leaks, and methane gas continued to pose a threat to lives and health. However, people have learned to live like this, and have done so for 5,000 years alongside the salt extraction from these high-lying sources. The Wieliczka mine is a sunken world, an Atlantis made of salt, created by nature and by man, magnificent and mysterious.
A somewhat inconspicuous bridge once brought infamy to the Thai province of Kanchanaburi and the River Kwai. For many years, the infamous bridge on the River Kwai has attracted a great deal of tourists to the city of Kanchanaburi that has a population of 40,000. The bridge owes its worldwide fame to a novel by French author Pierre Boulle and a distinguished film by David Lean. However, due to its natural beauty, the province, which is located around 130 kilometers west of Bangkok, is also a popular holiday area. Several centuries ago, as part of a trade route from Cambodia to India, the Menam Kwai Yai was of great importance. Today, the river is one of the major attractions in Kanchanaburi that has gradually adapted to the needs of the tourist industry. A number of small atmospheric hotels are located on the banks of the River Kwai, and several sightseeing tours are available. For the adventurous, one of the best ways to experience both the river and its famous bridge is by canoe. The bridge is rather unobtrusive and relatively modern, though some sections date back to the Second World War and were integrated within a more recent structure. The bridge has been moved from its original location. Originally, the railway viaduct was located 4 kilometers further north. Despite this, the historic bridge on the River Kwai has lost nothing of its fascination and historic significance. It's a somewhat plain and unspectacular construction of steel and concrete, and it's in stark contrast to its moving and dramatic history. Now the picturesque River Kwai bears no obvious reminders of the horrors of the Second World War. Nevertheless, the construction of the original bridge is now indelibly associated with the tragic fate of those prisoners of war who were forced to undergo hard labor by the Japanese. Under the harshest of conditions, the construction of this railroad that subsequently became the target of Allied air raids commenced in 1942. In the spring of 1943, 2 bridges spanned the River Kwai close to the town of Kanchanaburi. The following year, the air raids began. The British Royal Air Force mounted their attacks against the strategically important railway bridges of the Japanese from bases in India. At first, the bombs missed their targets. But in February 1945, some sections of the steel bridge were destroyed. Thus, the Japanese army ordered the immediate reconstruction of the bridge, despite determined air raids by the Royal Air Force. Further sections of the bridge were destroyed until June 1945. While the Second World War had come to an end in Europe, the fighting continued in Asia. Allied prisoners of war and various Asian workers were forced to repair the bridges on the River Kwai in order to secure the supply line for the Japanese army. The Imperial Japanese Army was under repeated pressure from the Allied forces. Their supply routes were constantly under threat. The strategic importance of Kanchanaburi has now been overshadowed by the accounts of the construction work of this now legendary bridge that spans the River Kwai. Here, world history combines with numerous personal accounts of the prisoners of war who were set to work on this jungle railroad by the Japanese. Time has now hidden the scars of the air raids of the Second World War, and all is peaceful once again. But the daily horrors and years of imprisonment in the Kanchanaburi labor camp will never be eradicated from the memory of those who survived. A former prize of war, the Iron Bridge originated from the Indonesian island of Java and was transported to the River Kwai in 1942. For the inhabitants of Kanchanaburi, the bridge is simply part of the scenery. But today, it attracts a large number of tourists. People from all over the world, Europe, North America and Australia, just like the former Japanese prisoners of war. Due to its close proximity to the Thai capital of Bangkok, the bridge is a very popular tourist attraction. Located close to the riverbank, today's train station was built on the site of the actual prison camp. The POW camp in Kanchanaburi was also attacked from the air by the Allies. Sometime after the war, part of the railroad was reopened. Each day, numerous passengers await the arrival of the train. The steam train has now been relegated to the history books, but the unhurried speed of this diesel train is nonetheless a highly nostalgic experience. For train enthusiasts, the notorious railroad between Kanchanaburi and Nam Tok is particularly exciting. The train journey begins close to the River Kwai and follows the almost unchanged route of the former Death Railway. The train makes its way slowly and respectfully and passes the bridge that once cost so many lives. The precise number of POWs and Asians who perished on this section of the Death Railway is not known. However, the cruel working conditions of the prisoners who were forced by the Japanese to construct this railroad have been well recorded by those who survived. With the creation of the Death Railway, the Japanese planned to establish an alternative supply route across Southeast Asia. In 1942, the sea route to the Burmese city of Rangoon, in which large numbers of Japanese were based, was under the control of the Allied forces. In Burma, the Japanese army was in desperate need of a secure line of supply. The idea of building a railroad through the jungle in order to link Bangkok with Rangoon was nothing new. At the beginning of the 20th century, the British had thought of doing it, but due to the difficult terrain, the idea was shelved. The British realized that such a railroad would have been extremely expensive and labor-intensive. The fertile, flat plains of this area would not have posed any serious technical drawbacks, but a few kilometers away, the terrain was a far greater challenge. The journey to Nam Tok travels past picturesque scenery that includes vast fields and intriguing Buddhist temples. Sugarcane, tobacco and cotton are grown in the province of Kanchanaburi, but the largest area of cultivated land is dominated by paddy fields. In addition to agriculture, gemstone mines also play an important role in the economy of this region. Unlike the British, who decided against the construction of a railroad here at the beginning of the 20th century, from a military point of view, the Japanese had little choice but to proceed with it. The Japanese set to work on this ambitious project in June 1942, and their plans were based on those of the British at the turn of the century. The construction of the railroad began simultaneously at each end, in Burma and in Thailand. The railroad was planned to travel 417 kilometers through near impenetrable jungle to its final destination of Tanbuaziat. In order to start their work on the Death Railway, the first Allied POWs were sent by train from Singapore to Thailand. In the south of Burma, various Australian prisoners of war had already begun work with the deforestation of some jungle areas. With little regard for loss of life, the POWs were shown no mercy at the hands of the Japanese. During the leisurely train journey, the wonderful landscape distracts passengers from the cruel realities of war. Despite the marvelous scenery, the journey into the remote northwest of Thailand is accompanied by a great deal of humidity. Only a few kilometers and the train leaves behind the vast fertile fields of Kanchanaburi. The railroad follows the narrow and meandering Minam Kwai Noi River, often at a dizzy height on the steep slopes of the riverbank. This is where the most difficult phase of the railroad to Burma began. The POWs had to cut their way through the rock with primitive tools. Even today, the journey on the former Death Railway that follows the Minam Kwai Noi is a real adventure. The shortage of food and lack of medical supplies made life for the exhausted POWs hell on earth. Several passengers get off at the next station. The short train journey comes to an end in the small town of Sayok. In Sayok, the tourists continue by bus. The near-empty train is tranquil once again. The train has now reached the final section of the Death Railway. The longer the construction work continued, the worse the situation grew for the totally exhausted POWs. The back-breaking work, continuous undernourishment, the outbreak of cholera, and the daily torture by the Japanese took its toll. Thousands of men died. With its jungle and mountain regions, this magnificent landscape is in stark contrast to the human suffering that once took place here. Now there are only a few passengers on the final stretch of the journey from Sayok to Namtok. Now so picturesque, but once so cruel. The train journey ends in the small station of Namtok. After the war, the rails that once led to Burma were removed. There is little time to explore the small town because the station master is already signaling for the train to leave. Several times each day, the diesel train makes its way on the notorious train line between Namtok and the bridge on the River Kwai, where further passengers are waiting. In the late autumn of 1943, the two routes from Thailand and Burma were finally joined, thus enabling the Japanese to use this new and much needed supply line. Both then and now, the trains travel slowly above the banks of the Menam Kwai Noi. The terrain is too hazardous for greater speed. Several of these bold wooden structures date back to the Second World War and were created by the former Allied prisoners of war. Even following the completion of the railroad, many prisoners were forced to live in the jungle as the bombs of the British made constant repair work necessary. We return to Kanchanaburi and the starting point of our adventure that now marks the end of this fascinating train journey on the Death Railway. Some of the dead are buried in the town's cemetery, but the exact number that died here will now probably never be known. In 1945, the Japanese destroyed all the documents that related to the death of the POWs and forced laborers. However, it's estimated that around 16,000 Allied soldiers and up to 100,000 forced laborers from each corner of Asia perished here. The 7,000 gravestones of the POWs within Kanchanaburi Cemetery and the legendary River Kwai are a tragic reminder of one of the saddest chapters in the history of Thailand. Lanzarote, the fourth largest of the Canary Isles, is of rocky splendor, born of fire and water, a volcanic paradise. A bizarre natural world of fiery mountains, beaches, vineyards, and an ocean of palm trees. At the southern end of the island is Playa Blanca, once a fishing village, and today a harbour. Its beautiful but often crowded lakeside promenade has an abundance of shops and restaurants with plenty of choice for everyone. The sandy beach has become smaller and smaller due to the encroachment of the extended promenade. But there are plenty of larger beaches elsewhere. Playa Blanca is a popular place. And a very busy holiday destination. Nearby is a peninsula with fine beaches and pristine bays, the Playa del Papagayo. In contrast with the hustle and bustle of Playa Blanca. The route to the interior of the island travels through Yaiza, centrally located and which leads to several destinations. Its whitewashed buildings, streets, and floral decorations are a joy to the eye. The church of the former Hermitage had to be renovated following a volcanic eruption. The buildings were soon rebuilt, but the fields remained covered with ash. Consequently, many of the inhabitants were forced to abandon farming and instead find other lines of work. Several of them worked in the Salinas de Yanubio, that in the 1920s was located on the southwestern coast of the island. While salt, the island's white gold, was mined underground in Europe, here it was produced by the evaporation of seawater in large, shallow basins. Close by, strangely shaped cliffs plunge down into the wild waters of the Atlantic. Los Evideros. Huge waves lash against the lava that solidified whilst flowing towards the sea. The surf here is very powerful, and the cliffs seem condemned to defy both wind and rain endlessly. The wild coast ends in a natural bay, El Golfo, last remnant of a volcanic crater. Half of the torn-apart caldera is covered by the Atlantic, and only a small emerald-green lagoon adorns the contrasting colors of black lava and deep blue sea. Volcanoes form this landscape, an island of fire, a world of ancient times. Lacheria is a well-known wine-growing region between Uga and Mazdachi in the mid-south of the island. From a distance, the vineyard looks like a wide meshed knitting pattern, with countless small semicircular walls rising from the land. The lava protects the vines. In good years, the vineyards produce up to 5 million gallons of Malvasian and Muscatel wine. The local method of viniculture became a work of art. Several bodegas and wineries such as El Grifo were established along the busy tourist route. There's also a wine museum. This 18th century winery is the oldest on the Canary Isles and is still in use. There are old presses, machinery, tools and barrels. Viva el Vino! On a major traffic intersection in the center of the island is the famous Monumento al Campesino, a monument to farmers. When tourism began here, Cesar Manrique dedicated both the monument and a museum to the island's hard-working farmers. Traditional values are preserved in a well-restored and enlarged farmhouse. San Bartolome is situated in the geographical center of the island, a relatively unimposing place with a town hall, church and theatre. In the 18th century, both the governor and regimental commander settled here. The Museo Tanit is located within a building of that era. The Perdomo family originally lived here, the descendants of whom want to preserve the traditional culture of Lanzarote. Named after an ancient Canarian goddess of fertility, the museum contains an intriguing collection of objects. With several styles of clothing, home furnishings and jewellery covering 2 centuries, as well as many photos and paintings. With their harmonious architecture, the numerous small buildings on the estate are in stark contrast to the nearby stretches of the El Hable Plains. Next we arrive in Puerto del Carmen on the east coast. A holiday resort, but in traditional style, that blends in with the natural environment. Today, little is to be seen of the original fishing village, and the long beach promenade is packed with shops and restaurants. It has over 6 kilometers of golden sand and lots of neatly arranged rows of umbrellas. Plus a pleasant sea breeze and warm water. A little further north on the east coast is the capital of the island, Arrecife, its financial and cultural center. The city was founded in the 15th century and in 1852 became the capital. Located on a small rocky island just off the coast, the San Gabriel fortress was built at the command of King Philippe II and later destroyed by the pirate Morato Arieth. Decades later, the fort was entirely rebuilt. In the heyday of Canary Island fishing, Arrecife was an important center of deep-sea fishing, but that stopped some time ago. Because the city is no longer characterized by tourism, the architectural sins of earlier times are now a modern-day eye-catcher. The main church of Saint-Ginès was once a small 17th century chapel. Its interior decoration was undertaken at a time when the city's harbor became an important distribution center, with goods transported all over the world. On the outskirts of the city, in 1730, King Carlos III had the Castillo San Jose built. The work fed hungry mouths. There's also a museum. A little further north is a resort that boasts a great surfing beach and golf course, Costa Teguise. Its rather inhospitable lava field was successfully transformed into a holiday resort, and the original local architecture adds to its character. Back in the island's interior, a visit to the El Patio Agricultural Museum in Tiagua is a must. It was once a country estate. In various buildings, farm equipment, tools and pottery are exhibited that depict the region's history and folklore. It's like a nostalgic journey into bygone times. With camel stables and the remains of windmills. In the Timofaya Plains, one thing's become clear. We are in a land of volcanoes. The volcanoes here are a fascinating example of amazing nature. Only the bus is allowed to use the volcano route. A bizarre crater landscape that was formed by a massive natural eruption. At Lanzarote, the most powerful volcanic eruptions in the history of mankind began on the 1st of September 1730 and lasted for almost 6 years. a huge moonscape was created. There's a fountain of steam and an open fire that blazes from within the earth. A visit to this national park is an unforgettable experience. And everyone will remember the camel. On the northwest coast is the Playa de Femara, one of the longest and windiest beaches on Lanzarote, and from whence the northwest winds truly blow. The scenic beauty of this area is mainly characterized by the mountain massif of Risco de Femara that drops down into the sea. At sunset, this wild beach becomes a dramatic paradise. Returning to the center of the island, the regal charm of Teguise greets us. This historic 15th century capital was named after a woman. She was the beautiful daughter of the last indigenous king of Lanzarote, King Guadafra, and was married to the conqueror of the island, Knight Betancourt. To bring about peace, Princess Teguise mediated between her father and her husband. San Miguel is one of the oldest churches on the Canaries and guards the statue of the Virgin of Guadalupe. The Sunday market brings the city to life. Above is the Santa Barbara Fortress. An exhibition depicts the pirates who conquered the castle. The place attracted hostilities from its enemies. Cesar Manrique is undoubtedly the hero of Lanzarote. His house in the village of Tahiche became the seat of his foundation, which was established in his own lifetime. Here, his artistic and architectural works are accessible to everyone, all set within a once hostile landscape. He converted natural lava bubbles that were trapped within the earth into numerous rooms of great character, all inspired by his creative mind. From an old quarry, Cesar Manrique also created the Jardin de Cactus, a successful combination of prickly nature and living art. Here there are more than 1,500 species of cacti from all over the world, also making it a place of both botanical and floral study. Cacti are presented in the traditional arrangement of a Japanese garden, a marvelous sight in this barren landscape, a triumph of creation. On the nearby coast is the small fishing village of Ariete. Its many restaurants are known for their freshly caught fish and fine cuisine. The village's small beach is not suitable for tourism. When the La Coruña volcano erupted, the Cueva de las Veras was created, a kilometer-long cave system between 30 to 40 meters high. When the surface of the lava cooled and solidified, the remainder flowed beneath it and created a remarkable system of tunnels and caves. Los Llameros del Agua is the deepest section of the cave that extends to the seashore and was given the name the Atlantic Tunnel. Manrique created further works of art, a concert hall, and a natural swimming pool amid a volcanic bubble of which the ceiling had long since collapsed, as well as an exotic garden and several rooms on the upper section, always in harmony with the natural environment. On the route to the north of the island are a number of small chapels, such as the Ermita de San Sebastian in El Mojon. Plus the Ermita de las Nieves, situated in the solitude of a high plateau, where in springtime every 4 years there's a procession to commemorate the Snow Madonna. Haria is situated like an oasis within the Valley of 1,000 Palms, in the highest region of the island, a conservation area. In winter, rain is plentiful, and this creates greenery and the canary palm. Gleaming white buildings depict the former prosperity of this place. But many residents have moved away. In the north, there's a tropical park in Guinate, an increasingly narrow section of the island, almost on the edge of the Famara cliffs. Since 1990, much wildlife from around the world has made its home here, amid the untamed and rugged scenery. The extensive grounds contain well-looked-after enclosures, and several paths lead to a planted hillside which forms a natural border to the park. It's not far to the end of the island. The Mirador del Rio on the northern tip of Lanzarote also interested Cesar Manrique. Carved out of the rock, a fine vantage point to the small neighboring island of La Graciosa. "500 meters above sea level, the Risco de Famara mountain range marks the end of our visit to this fascinating, intriguing, and occasionally man-made world. This solidified rage of volcanoes has become a popular holiday destination, an island of contrast with a mild climate and natural landscape. Lanzarote, black pearl of the Canaries, and a sparkling gem set in the Atlantic. an enchanting world of sand and stone. Akakus is a fairy tale-like natural area in the southwest of Libya, a place of silence and isolation. Although this leg of the journey can be quite demanding, it's well worthwhile, as it leads into a little-known world that is full of remarkable beauty. Such as the Guelta Tashunt, a wadi that is well known for a very narrow canyon that can only be entered on foot. Today, the mighty rocks and seemingly endless desert landscape form a natural border between Libya and its neighbor Algeria. Once, thousands of years ago, a highly developed society lived here, one that was more cultured than any other in the Sahara. At first, the Akakus region seems to be a hostile place. But despite the inhospitable terrain, people have settled here. Today, around 1,300 members of the Tuareg, a nomadic Berber tribe, inhabit this region. In 1850, a German geologist and archaeologist discovered prehistoric traces and remains of an ancient culture in the area. Protected by huge rocks and hidden in a tangled labyrinth of canyons, the rock paintings remained undiscovered for thousands of years. Barren and hostile as the landscape looks today, southwest Libya has not always been like this. The desert area of sand and rock is the result of various climate changes. There was once a savanna here. Instead of the grasslands of the former savanna, today it is the rock formations of the arid river valleys that capture our attention. Like the huge arches of Akakus. They're the result of thousands of years of erosion that gradually shaped the landscape. The rock walls of Wadi Enshel mainly feature magnificent pictures of hunting scenes that indicate the varied fauna that once existed here. The surrounding landscape is a fascinating contrast of soft sand and hard stone. Almost 100 years after German explorer Heinrich Barth explored the area, a second expedition crossed the Akakus Mountains. During his first expedition, Italian archaeologist and scientist Fabrizio Mori came across an astonishing number of rock paintings here. Although the remoteness of the location and severe lack of water caused many problems for scientists, their curiosity saw them through. Named after a long-extinct buffalo, the 5,000-year Bubulus period is known for its magnificent drawings of animals. Some of the caves and rock walls were painted during the Roundhead period. It was then that man became the main focus of the paintings. From the sand of the Wadi Kaza emerges a geological relic that dates back to ancient times. The remains of a large volcano. The former power of this volcano can only be estimated, but its lava is to be found several kilometers away from the actual volcano. Close by, mighty sand dunes are to be seen. Sand deserts, such as this in Iquitos, cover only 20% of the total surface of the Sahara. The wind constantly creates new, flowing patterns and lines on the large sand dunes, the infinite masterworks of nature. Of the large variety of flora that once grew here, little has survived. Single trees provide shade and offer local bird life a protected habitat. There is also a number of unique desert plants that have adapted to the region's long periods of drought. The region contains many mysterious locations, such as petrified forest that over time was the result of a process of silification, timber transformed into stone. Fossil forests are to be found in various parts of the world, but to discover a petrified forest in Iquitos was really quite incredible. The sunlight makes it even more glorious. Compared with the bare rocks and dry sand, the nearby desert mountains look like a fertile Garden of Eden. The great expanse of untouched landscape defies the imagination. Each day begins with a fascinating play of color created by the rising sun. Always something new to see, a marvelous adventure of the senses. Like a shining mountain range of sand rise the majestic dunes of the Erg Musuk. The Italian team of scientists that accompanied Fabrizio Mori discovered evidence of the roots of civilization here. The impressive Wadi Markandoush, with its wonderful prehistoric rock pictures, highlights this region as a paradise of African fauna. The thousands of years old images show that in the Bubulus epoch, giraffe and crocodile inhabited this land, along with man. The desert mountains of Iquitos are far more than just a fascinating landscape. The rocks in the dried-out river valleys are like an historic picture book that provides us with a remarkable insight into what was a long-lost culture of the Sahara.
Khiva, the 8th wonder of the world, an oasis city located on the ancient Silk Road. It was here that mathematician Mohammed lived, who, as Al-Khwarizmi, discovered algebra. Khiva is one of the greatest centres of ancient Khwarezm, land of the sun, in the west of today's Uzbekistan. An oriental city in which its greatest minaret, Kalta Minar, remains unfinished. Kokhna Ark, fortress of the Khan, is situated within the city walls. The condemned had to wait for their execution at its entrance. The Ark became a city within a city, with various reception courtyards and an elevated circular podium for the Khan's yurt. Even the small throne hall has been preserved, its wooden throne covered with fine silver leaf. Adjacent is the harem's courtyard and small hidden rooms of craftsmen. Of the castle's former towers, only the bastion of pure clay and wood has survived. From here, the enormity of the city walls that totally surround Khiva can be seen. Opposite the fort is one of the city's largest madrasas, whose construction was ordered by Khwarezmian Khan Muhammad Rahim, and tightrope acrobatics that first originated in Khiva are performed here right up to the present day. The History Museum contains costume jewellery, clothing, and old photographs of the city's strong men. The area of the inner city measures around 30 hectares, and its buildings lie close to the city wall. A mighty wall that is up to 10 metres high and 8 metres thick. The mighty North Gate and 3 further gates in each cardinal direction are the entrances to the fortified historic centre, the Ichin Kala. Both walls and gates provided the city's residents and their guests with good protection. The minaret and Friday Mosque were built upon the foundations of the city's earliest 10th century buildings. An archaic mosque design with a low hall whose flat roof is supported by 212 columns. Some of the wooden pillars come from an ancient mosque of the neighbouring town of Kath, which was washed away by devastating floods. Some columns contain Kufi fonts. A uniquely atmospheric place. Beyond the mosque is the ancient mausoleum of Jewish Sheikh Said Alavuddin and his guard. Unlike the Pahlavan Mahmud mausoleum, this one was originally built in simple form to commemorate the famous 14th century poet, and from the 19th century came the necropolis of the reigning Khan dynasty of Kungrad. it has become a much-visited pilgrimage site. The new mausoleum now contains the ancient tomb, and Chanaka, with its high double domes, is quite remarkable. According to medieval architectural tradition, Khiva is divided into two parts: downtown Ichankala and outer town Dichankala, where the city's residents live and work. Almost 1,500 years of Oriental culture are hidden within the intriguing, winding streets of this fine oasis city. Outside the southern gate, the fortress walls contain semicircular towers. And near the eastern gate, domes indicate bathhouses. The well-preserved eastern gate is always a hive of activity, as the Grand Bazaar is located just outside the city wall. Numerous craftsmen offer their services in this area. Among one of the city's madrasas, Kutluk Muradinok is one of the oldest, and the courtyard's fountain is still in use. A small white mosque acts as a connecting link to the nearby madrasa of Alukali Khan. He had this magnificent madrasa built alongside a large caravanserai. The merchants were impressed. Merchandise is still traded here. Toshhovli, the stone yard, was the main palace of Olokuli Khan, a complex with several courtyards of various sizes. The Mechmonchona was reserved for official receptions, with numerous columns and majolica walls. The living and sleeping area of the Khan looks rather cramped in comparison to the large courtyard and rooms of the harem. The elevated section for the Khan's yurt fills the small courtyard, whose walls and iwan are decorated with majolica tiles. Power and progress are depicted here, and from these a unique style of architecture developed. Despite its varied history, the mysterious city of Khiva has preserved the exoticism of ancient times and continues to be a traditional Islamic oasis city.
Set amid the desert savanna of Syria are the proud remains of a unique and mysterious metropolis, Palmyra. The legendary ancient city was built in this area due to the existence of an oasis, Tadmur. Today, around 30,000 people live in the surrounding area. The entrance to the ancient oasis city is a monumental triumphal arch, Hadrian's Gate. It dates back to Roman times. The Romans did much to influence Palmyra's architecture. The triumphal gate contains 3 harmonious arches. It was built at the command of Emperor Septimius Severus in around 200 AD. Beyond it was a street flanked by columns. The shortest and fastest route from the Mediterranean to Mesopotamia and Persia travels directly past the Tadmur oasis. So it was only a question of time until an important trading post was founded here. Later, a flourishing cultural and economic center developed. Both then and now, the Great Colonnade was the splendid focal point of Palmyra. This street was laid in the 3rd century AD. The 1.2-kilometer-long colonnade still connects 2 of the most important sanctuaries of the ancient trading metropolis. In contrast to many other fine Roman streets, the Palmyra colonnade is not straight, but contains several twists and turns. The 3 sections of the colonnade were divided by special gates. Various statues of the nobility once lined the route to the center of the city, although a number of the consoles remained unused. Palmyra's high season lasted only a short while. Thus, not all the columns of the splendid street were adorned with statues. The section close to the Triumphal Gate is the most well preserved. Although it took some time, various archaeologists managed to reconstruct the impressive columns. Alongside the former route once stood an enclosed 7-meter-wide portico. It contained the entrances to several shops. Most of the goods on sale in the shops were highly exclusive. Their customers comprised the rich upper classes. In some stores, it is still possible to see the names of their former owners, as well as the names of various luxurious products. Political and economic power lived side by side in Palmyra. This is indicated by the former Senate building that is located next to an important caravan trading center. "4,000 years ago, trade was important in Palmyra. The city was first mentioned in 1950 BC on one of the ancient Assyrian clay boards of Kultepe. At that time, donkey caravans travelled through the arid desert savanna in what is now Syria. The Tadmur oasis was a welcome resting place. It was also vital for the survival of the region's merchants. An increasing number of people gradually settled there. During the Hellenistic period, this modest settlement grew into a full-blown city, and Tadmur became Palmyra. The new trading center even attracted people from West Syria. While following the Great Colonnade in a southerly direction, there is a most impressive building that dates back to late Roman times. This amphitheatre dates back to the 2nd century AD. Along with the market square, the Agora, it was the centre of public life. A large section of the amphitheatre has since been restored to its former glory. Following the discovery of the wide facade of the stage in the 1950s, it was completely rebuilt. The most recent archaeological research has shown that the richly decorated facade of the stage was once 3 stories high. In addition to the 9 rows of seats that are visible today, Palmyra's amphitheatre once had around 20 more rows of seats, supported by a timber framework. Unfortunately, it no longer exists. Some archaeologists believe that the amphitheatre served not only a cultural purpose, but was also used for political gatherings. Perhaps so, perhaps not. But the fact that the Senate building is situated close to the amphitheatre does appear to indicate that it could have served 2 purposes. As the Senate building was somewhat small, it's unlikely that political gatherings took place there, whereas the amphitheatre was far more spacious. The order of the seating during each performance was strictly adhered to. It was extremely hierarchical. Each member of the audience was seated according to their social status. The best seats were for the most important members of Palmyra's upper classes. The growing political and cultural influence of the Romans soon became obvious in each aspect of the lives of the city's inhabitants. Close to the former Agora, the former square in which the city's inhabitants held their weekly market since the 1st century AD, is one of Palmyra's architectural landmarks, the Tetrapylon. This structure consists of 4 square pedestals. In 1963 it was rebuilt. Only one of the 16 columns is original, and they once held numerous statues. The rebuilt columns were made from coloured cement so that they would blend in with the building. The tetrapylon originally consisted of 4 elegant granite columns that had been imported from Aswan in Egypt. This impressive building can be seen from a distance. It features a splendid combination of Greek, Roman and Oriental architecture. However, even the rebuilt columns are beginning to disintegrate. The tetrapylon lies directly on the junction of the Great Colonnade and a side street. This special street leads to the Palmyra necropolis. As the Roman Empire expanded further east, Rome became increasingly aware of the economically successful desert city. The Romans' northern trading route gradually became less secure in the 1st century BC, so new routes had to be found. The transport routes from the Mediterranean area and the Far East were located further south. They also passed through Palmyra. The oasis city took full advantage of the Romans' trading routes. Up until this time, the city was named after the Tadmor oasis, but when the town became important to the Romans, it was renamed. At the beginning of the rule of Emperor Tiberius in the 1st century AD, the trading metropolis was given its new name, City of Palm Trees. Due to its good relationship with the Parther Empire, an ancient Iranian people, Palmyra retained much of its independence. Over the course of time, the city became a mediator between both empires, a function that had both political and financial advantages. Palmyra was in a good position as it was not annexed to the Roman province of Syria and enjoyed special status. Therefore, the desert trading metropolis experienced much prosperity. When the Romans and Parthers were enemies, the representatives of both empires met on the neutral ground of Palmyra. Despite their hostility to each other, the Romans and the Parthers were eager to maintain a good financial relationship. Rome's rich upper classes were accustomed to the precious goods from the Orient. Thus, it was essential to have a good relationship with the Parthers, and various Roman diplomats resided in the city. The relationship between the Romans and the caravan city gradually became even closer. In 106 AD, under Emperor Trajan, Palmyra became a province of Rome. The city was obliged to provide military aid, something that was to have far-reaching consequences. Due to its military responsibilities, the city lost its political neutrality. However, the Romans honored the city's loyalty with many fine buildings and various improvements to the center of the city. But if Palmyra had not been a center of politics, it would have only been an ordinary Roman town with modest trade and a simple lifestyle to boot. At the northwestern end of the Great Colonnade are the remarkable remains of the tomb temple that was completed in the 3rd century AD. The facade of the building and its tomb chambers that lie within the subterranean temple have been restored. But who were the great persons who were buried within the tomb temple of Palmyra? This is still a mystery. The fact is that the city's inhabitants used other buildings to bury their dead. The extraordinary political circumstances of this oasis city is also indicated by its architecture as well as by various works of art. Palmyra's works of art are too comprehensive and diverse to have been the creation of just one city. Indeed, the influence of the Greeks, Persians, Romans and Parters are each united here. This indefinable style is also evident in Palmyra's architecture. Although much was designed according to Roman Hellenistic architecture, the buildings also have a certain local characteristic. Despite the increasing influence of the Romans, the city's cultural association with the Near East was always omnipresent due to the many caravan trains that traveled through the city. The colonnade leads from the tomb temple to a large oval square. The square was once used as a military camp. According to an ancient inscription, the camp was founded by the Roman Emperor Diocletian. Historians believe that well before the 3rd century AD, the city also contained a garrison. The area of the camp had been a settlement since the 1st century BC, and it's unknown whether it had been used for military purposes at that time. Indeed, the many splendid decorations of this place indicate that it was used for something more refined. Perhaps the palace of Odenat and Zenobia once stood here. The splendid residence of Palmyra's mysterious and famous royal couple, who finally caused the demise of the city at the end of the 3rd century AD, has never been found. The Diocletian camp may have been built above the remains of the royal residence. This is the theory of various historians, but they have been unable to prove it. Here there is much that will probably remain a mystery forever. Various artistically worked decorative elements of the Roman military camp were created for the garrison and originated from several destroyed and plundered tombs from the Jabal slope. The Romans used the tombs to dispose of their building debris. The many well-preserved columns in the Diocletian camp were once part of the flag sanctuary, a central place of culture within the complex. In the center of the flag sanctuary stood a large hall that had several adjoining side rooms. Among them was also a chapel that contained the holy insignias of the Roman Imperium. The flag sanctuary is situated in a beautiful location. From here there's a wonderful view across the ancient city. The military and political failure of Emperor Trajan, who wanted to conquer Mesopotamia at the beginning of the 2nd century, was indirectly fortuitous for Palmyra, as it once again became an important city. Trajan had overestimated his ability to conquer the eastern regions. During the Parta campaign, he fell ill and on his return journey to Rome, passed away. In 117 AD, Hadrian became his successor. In contrast to his predecessor, Hadrian recognized that an independent Palmyra could be extremely useful for the economic interests of the Roman Empire. However, he didn't give the city its full political independence. The city's renewed economic independence soon brought it renewed prosperity. The wealth of Palmyra's inhabitants is highlighted by their necropolis, such as those in the Valley of Graves. The tomb towers here have the typical architectural design of the old necropolis of Palmyra, but little is known of their cultural background and original construction. Their unique design originated here. It's believed that it was here where most tombs were built in the 1st century BC. The Valley of Graves contains the most impressive tomb towers. The caravan route from Damascus once led through this valley. The majestic tombs must have been a fascinating sight. But it was only the rich who could afford such splendid tombs. Today, only a few towers remain. Most of them have collapsed over the centuries, and those that remained were used as building material. The few towers that have survived are an impressive sight, even though they have a rather simple design. Decorative elements are only to be found around the doors and windows. The images that were used most often were vine leaves and grapes. Over time, the towers were built higher and higher. The tomb tower of Jamliku was once 5 stories high and contained around 200 burial niches. Each tower housed several of the dead. Most of the towers had a room that was used for funeral services. It was similar to a festive hall. The rooms were well furnished and decorated with beautiful ornaments. They were in stark contrast to the modest facades of the towers. The dead were presented with various gifts. In some graves, archaeologists discovered the remains of numerous precious textiles. Although the city was soon influenced by Western culture due to its trading connections, the traditional ceremonies of Palmyra's tomb towers were practiced for many years. At the end of the 1st century AD, the city's inhabitants began to build further tombs, such as the subterranean Hippogais. These grave temples were influenced by those in the West and became important in the middle of the 2nd century. One of the most beautiful and most visited tomb towers in the Valley of Graves is the 4-story high Tower of El Abel that dates back to 103 AD. It is a combination of tomb tower and hippoem. Is one of the few well-preserved monuments in the West Necropolis, and it's open to the public. The Tower of El Akbel once contained almost 300 urns. The ground floor ceiling is particularly striking. Despite its once dilapidated state, much of it has been rebuilt. Various headless statues indicate the destruction that once took place here, but it's not known whether it was the Romans or the Arabs who were responsible. The tomb niches were once protected by plates that featured a portrait of the demised, but most of them have been destroyed. Under the rule of Hadrian, as well as subsequent Roman emperors, the cultivated and proud citizens of Palmyra became increasingly wealthy. purple-coloured Chinese silk cloth, aromatic oils such as incense and myrrh, oriental spices, pearls and precious stones were once among the city's most popular trading goods. The southwest necropolis features one of the city's most famous tombs, the Hippogaum of the Three Brothers. According to an old inscription, three brothers ordered the construction of this subterranean tomb. The Hippogaum contains more than 390 grave pits. Its many magnificent figures and frescoes are in amazingly good condition. This extraordinary tomb complex was discovered quite by chance, not by archaeologists, but by manual labourers. A short distance from the ruins in Palmyra's ancient city centre is a further well-preserved building, the Baal Shamin Temple. It is thought that this small but beautiful temple was once the religious center of a tribe that originated from West Syria. Baal Shamin means monarch of heaven, a deity that originally appeared in Phoenician culture. At this time, Baal Shamin was mainly worshipped as a mighty god of storm and rain, as well as a merciful god of fertility. The Baal Shamin Temple has seen much change. The origins of the sanctuary date back to the 1st century AD, and it has often been enlarged. The southern section of the temple was constructed during the rule of Hadrian, and it was finally completed in 150 AD. At the beginning of the 5th century, the cella of the temple was temporarily transformed into a Christian church. Its remains are hardly recognizable today, as restoration work was restricted to the original form of the ancient temple. At the southeastern edge of ancient Palmyra is one of the main attractions of the legendary desert city, the Baal Temple. Long before the construction of this fascinating temple, there were once several sanctuaries on this site. The main god of this oasis city was worshipped here since the 3rd century BC. Around 1,000 years later, this deity was associated with the West Semite main god Baal, who was also often referred to in Palmyra as Bel or Bol. Most of the temple complex seen today originated during the 1st and 2nd centuries BC, when the caravan city was already an important trading metropolis in the Near East. With the consecration of the Baal Temple in 32 AD, construction of the largest sanctuary remained incomplete. Next, a wall was built around the complex. Further improvements such as the addition of the monumental Western Hall and the proper land took until the 2nd century to complete. Despite its various periods of construction, much thought was given to the harmonization of its internal rooms. The building doesn't only unite various architectural influences. The religion here also incorporated several beliefs, as the local population was derived from a number of ethnic tribes. The Baal temple was dedicated to several deities. In addition to an image of the main god Baal, the niches of the cellar also contain statues of the moon god Aglibol and the sun god Iaribol. The square temple of Sela was encircled by a great hall, with 15 columns on its long side and 8 columns on its shorter ones. The architecture of this building features Hellenistic influences, as well as the traditional architecture of the Near East. Ionic columns reflect its cultural proximity to Greek antiquity, while the asymmetric design of the Holy of Holies within the temple are in stark contrast to the ideals of Hellenistic design. Thus, the Baal Temple of Palmyra emphasizes its uniqueness. The changing history of the town is also indicated by the further development of this central sanctuary. With the onset of Christianity in the 4th and 5th centuries, the cellar of the temple was transformed into a church. But with the immigration of the Arabs in the 7th century, the large temple complex soon served another purpose. The former Baal temple and the surrounding holy district were used by the Muslims first as a fortress and later as a mosque. Despite much transformation and desecration, the main section of the final sanctuaries has been preserved for posterity. The reliefs of the Baal temple still provide information on the deities of Palmyra. Thanks to these reliefs, historians have gained much information about the temple's former priesthood and cultural activities. The remains of some of the buildings in the western part of the temple courtyard gave researchers important information about the sacrificial ceremonies that once took place here. In addition to the sacrifice of animals, sacrificial meals were also prepared in the temple district, as witnessed by a ceremonial hall now in ruins. Attendance at these commemorative festivities was restricted to priests and a small handful of the privileged members of the city's upper classes. They were provided with a special permit in order to gain entrance to the festivities. Archaeological finds show the permits were usually made of burned clay that was adorned with numerous divine symbols and prayers. The clay ticket permitted entry to the sacred hall. Splendidly decorated processions were an integral part of the religious rites of the inhabitants of Palmyra. They travelled up a wide staircase to the terrace of the Baal temple. During the festive processions, the terrace on the roof of the sanctuary became a place of high ritual, for it was here that the deity was worshipped. It's also believed that another procession carried a statue of Baal across the fields, so the city's inhabitants begged for rain and a good harvest. After 1276, when the Muslim inhabitants of the desert oasis built a mosque in the Baal temple, the ancient holy district served as a residential area. It was not until 1929 that the village-like community that once lived here disbanded. In the course of its history, Palmyra has often been encircled by sturdy walls. In Hellenistic times, the town was fortified with a wall made of unfired bricks. In later years, the necropolis as well as the vitally important fields and gardens were fortified with strong walls. The remains of the partly preserved city wall date back to the early 4th century AD and to Byzantine times. During the Middle Ages, the local inhabitants used vast quantities of stone as building material. There is a marvelous fairy tale-like building 2 kilometers northwest of the oasis on a steep rock above the ruins of the ancient city of Palmyra. It's the Arabian castle of Qalat ibn Man. This castle was built above the foundation walls of a 12th century Seljuk fortress. Construction of the present bastion was ordered by a Druzic monarch, Fakir ad-Din II, who used the complex to fend off the Persians. A visit to the fortress is a must, and there's a magnificent view of the nearby mountains, the desert landscape, and the captivating oasis city of Palmyra. However, the fortress failed in its purpose as it didn't protect the monarch as intended, because his plans to extend his realm displeased the Ottomans. And in 1635, Fakir ad-Din was executed in Istanbul. Prior to the arrival of the Arabs, the mountain had not been used as the location of a fortress, although since the middle of the 2nd century AD, Palmyra had been an official Roman garrison town. The Parter Wars highlighted the military importance of the city. Carthage had to defend itself against the attacks of various nomadic tribes. It was vital that the caravan trains that were loaded with luxury goods arrived safely at the oasis, or failure to do so would have had serious consequences for the further development of the city. Thus, good defences were a necessity. All went well until the middle of the 3rd century. However, with the arrival of Sassanides, who had conquered the Parthian capital of Ctesiphon in 226 AD, the security of the oasis city was in some doubt. Due to the military advance of the Sassanides, trade and also the commercial independence of the town were endangered, as the old caravan routes that led to the Persian Gulf were no longer used for transporting goods. Military intervention appeared to be the only solution. The Palmyrian monarch Odaenathus was surprisingly successful. The Sassanidian army were jubilant about their victory over the Romans. On their return to Mesopotamia, they were attacked by Odaenathus and defeated. The Romans were grateful for this assistance and honored the monarch of Palmyra. In 261 AD, Odaenathus was given supreme command of all the Roman forces. He was named the King of all kings. But his rule lasted for only a short time. 6 years later, he was brutally killed by his son, Herodianus. His wife Zenobia replaced him. So it's believed that it was she who was responsible for the death of her husband. At first, the power-mad princess enjoyed much military success. Her Palmyrian realm soon extended from Egypt to Galatian, that is situated in what is now Turkey. But Zenobia had no diplomatic instinct at all. She was extremely arrogant and even had her own currency. The patience of the new Roman Emperor Aurelian soon ran out. Following several successful battles, Aurelian reconquered the former Roman territories. The princess of the desert realm became hemmed in by the Romans. In 272 AD, Palmyra came under Roman rule. 1 year later, after a failed revolution by its inhabitants, the proud buildings of the once wealthy trading town were destroyed. As she attempted to escape, Zenobia was taken prisoner and shortly afterwards died. The city never recovered from the destruction wrought on it by the Romans. Palmyra fell into oblivion, while other cities became important trading metropolises. But the ancient ruins of this oasis city are still a captivating sight. Since its discovery in the 17th century, the historic monuments of Palmyra shine out in renewed glory as an ancient reminder of a fascinating and mysterious epoch of desert history.
Florence is the capital of Tuscany, a city of art and joie de vivre. Across the River Arno is the Ponte Vecchio, with its shops, which, until the gold and silversmiths took over, once specialised in the meat trade as butchers. The Uffizi, which were built for the Grand Duke Cosimo as administrative buildings, today house one of the most celebrated and frequently visited art galleries in Europe. Cosimo the Elder behaved like a normal citizen and gave away the accumulated wealth of the Medici family to the entire city. With its magnificent tower, the Palazzo Vecchio is a communal palace that's been the city's political centre since the beginning of the 14th century. Originally, the People's Palace was the seat of the city's Republican rulers, but soon the Medici dynasty settled here. The equestrian statue of Cosimo, as well as numerous statues of great artists, adorn the Piazza della Signoria. Commissioned by Alessandro de' Medici, the sculptor Bandinelli created the statue Hercules kills Cacus to symbolize the power of the people. At the end of the 14th century, only a few families ruled the city. The Medici were by far the cleverest and most powerful. In front of the palace's facade, there's a double life-sized statue that's a copy of Michelangelo's David. In the Galleria dell'Accademia, there are also several sculptures by Michelangelo that idealized and glorified the strength of the Renaissance people. The three-sided Gothic cathedral and the campanile are tightly packed into the city centre's cathedral square. The Santa Maria del Fiore Cathedral is a replica of St. Peter's in Rome and the Cathedral of Milan. The massive Gothic building was first consecrated in 1436. Although the cathedral's huge main aisle is hung with tapestries, its interior is not as impressive as its exterior. Completed in 1472, the imposing dome with its laterna, a masterpiece by Brunelleschi, is 107 meters tall. Inside the two-layered dome, there are 463 steps that lead to a most beautiful view over the rooftops of this old city. Although the 414 steps of the Gothic campanile are tiring, the climb up the most beautiful bell tower in the whole of Italy is extremely rewarding. In about 1300 AD, Florence, this splendid location on the River Arno, had approximately 100 inhabitants. Until the 19th century, newborn babies were baptized here. Its mighty inner dome, in Byzantine style, is supported by strong Roman columns. In a gigantic mosaic, Christ, the judge of the world, features with angels and battles with the devil. Is the centre of this city pride or a delusion of grandeur? From the Ponte Vecchio, the street leads directly to the imposing two-storey Palazzo Pitti, seat of the former ruler Cosimo Medici. The Giardino di Boboli is located on a hill behind the Palazzo Pitti and was later extended to the city wall. Narrow walkways lead up the hill to the house of Zanobi del Rosso. Today it is a coffee house with a garden and a view over Florence. The imposing Forte di Belvedere served as a fortress and later featured as the highest lookout point in this garden setting. Several decorative fountains, figures of famous Renaissance artists and artificial grottos embody this typical all'italiana garden. As if in a magic fairy tale garden, paths and walkways contain playful water features and heads of stone. A fantastic dream garden of the Renaissance. From 1444, the Medici family lived in the Palazzo Medici Riccardi that was built by Michelozzo until in 1540 they moved into the Palazzo Vecchio. Statues decorate the elegant inner courtyard. The courtyard is arranged as a stylish garden with a small fountain and sculptures. Carved wooden ceilings with expensive decorations and costly tapestries decorate the spacious interiors. The rough walls of the building's facade are more reminiscent of an impregnable fortress than of an artistic Renaissance palace. San Lorenzo was the Medici family's cathedral and one of the earliest creations of the Florentine Renaissance. The basilica's transverse columns and arched dome leads to an impressive and harmonious interior room. To make way for the cathedral, an entire section of the city was torn down, a process that cost the Medicis a large sum of money. Consequently, the neighbouring Cappelle Medici was planned as a mausoleum for the noble family, but it took many centuries for the 8-cornered building to actually be completed. No expense or effort was spared, and the most valuable materials from around Europe were brought here and worked by the finest craftsmen. Michelangelo's monumental sarcophagus of the Grand Dukes are contained in the side walls and watched over by marble sculptures entitled Day, Night, Dusk and Dawn Light. Pope Eugene IV handed the ill-repaired San Marco monastery to the Dominican order, and Cosimo Medici paid for its restoration. By so doing, it could be said that he desired to cleanse his conscience. Close to the Holy Antonius cloister, there's now a monastery and a museum, and everywhere there are striking frescoes of the artist-monk Fra Angelico. Several of these valuable sacred paintings are on view in the monastery and its surrounding buildings. A visit to this monastery is an unforgettable experience, especially the large collection of art that is on display. Santissima Annunziata was founded by the Order of Serviten. The church honours Mary, and the so-called Findle House was Europe's first orphanage. Ferdinand I looks out benevolently at lovingly worked figures of small children, as though he protects these dramatic images that adorn the fountain in the middle of the square. Three sides of the square are defined by arcades. Santa Maria Novella is one of the city's most beautiful churches. Built at the end of the 13th century, the monastic church of the Dominicans is impressive with its facades of white and green marble. Although the Romano-Gothic complex of the monastery has been damaged several times by flooding, it's been painstakingly restored. Paolo Uccello and 3 other masters created frescoes here on themes of the Old Testament, and the abundance of ornamental gravestones evoke the past. The architecture of the Palazzo Strozzi is the finest example of a Florentine Renaissance palace. The beautiful inner courtyard is today dominated by a glass pyramid. Typical of the 14th century, the Palazzo d'Avanzati features the original furniture and layout of the rooms. In the middle of the 15th century, the prominent wool merchant Roquelaure had a town palace built in Roman antique style. The Augustins founded the Santo Spirito monastery in the 13th century, and later commissioned Filippo Brunelleschi to complete it, which architecturally is similar to San Lorenzo. Sculptures and frescoes are on display in an adjoining museum. Especially impressive is the well-arranged, harmonious interior, which is a construction gem of Florentine early Renaissance. Now it's the final resting place of abbots and a reminder of glorious monastic times. With both pride and delusions of grandeur, the Florentine people wanted to prove their superiority over the other towns in the region. This was a dangerous wish. But the city of Florence has nevertheless succeeded in being a combination of beauty, spirit, and belief. And its dynamic daily life has hardly changed at all. Santa Croce is the largest Gothic Franciscan church in Italy, with a facade that was completed in the 19th century. Here there are monuments to countless famous personalities such as Michelangelo, Machiavelli, Rossini, Galileo Galilei, and many others. The interior of Santa Croce represents the high point of Italian Gothic architecture, not due to just the enormous size of its interior, but also the simplicity of its dimensions. In front of the church is a Piazza Santa Croce, whose centre depicts the statue of probably the most famous poet of the European Middle Ages, Dante Alighieri. The Mercato Nuovo was built in the gigantic pillared hall of a well-preserved Roman temple. Around the Piazza Donisanti, near to the banks of the River Arno, an important centre for the manufacture of wool was established. Founded in 1250, the Church of the Holy Spirit only attained its present form much later. Its Baroque interior contains funereal and holy figures. A number of works of art can be viewed here, such as Botticelli's Holy Augustine and Ghirlandaio's Supper. Today's Baroque facade has a Majolica relief over the main entrance, the Crowning of Mary, which dates back to 1637. Florence is still a carefree town and the cradle of the Renaissance, the political, economic and cultural metropolis of Tuscany. Carabinieri suddenly arrive, their horses stopping to have a drink at a small fountain located in a wall. Florence was at its zenith in the 15th century. At that time, this city of bankers and tradesmen on the Arno River became the most influential of European metropolises. Through a well-kept gate in the old city wall, the route leads up to the town balcony, the Monte alle Croci mountain. And from all around there's the dominant bell tower of the Palazzo Vecchio. On the heights on the other side of the Arno River, there's the jewel of Romano-Florentine architecture, the most beautiful church in Florence, San Miniato al Monte. Its facade depicts Jesus, the ruler of the world, with two Holy Spirits. In the year 250 AD, the Holy Minos suffered martyrdom in Florence. After his beheading, legend has it that he climbed the hill with his severed head in his hands. A holy monument was erected above his grave, and at the beginning of the 11th century, it was transformed into a pillared Benedictine church. San Miniato al Monte can be seen as a total work of art, as clear proof of the Renaissance and as a manifestation of faith. In its ancient-looking crypt, which is striking in its spirituality, the remains of holy martyrs are preserved. From a Roman military town at the foot of the once Etruscan town of Fiesole, Florence became a prosperous trading city that flourished in many diverse and artistic ways. And the entire world obtained its taste for culture from this city. In Florence, art and culture join in beautiful completion.
The Shan State Express, a sonorous name for a unique train that travels to the north of Myanmar and to the legendary kingdom of the Shan. It passes through some of the most splendid scenery in Southeast Asia. We begin in the famous city of Mandalay, that has a population of around 1 million and is the center of Burmese art. The city has a legendary past. Mandalay was founded around 150 years ago and is therefore a relatively young metropolis. The city owes its existence to an outstanding monarch, King Mindon. Wishing to escape from his kingdom's turbulent past, he had a brand new royal city built here. King Mindon created a spacious and unusual city. The architecture of Mandalay was based on ancient Buddhist tradition, as the king intended to create a new society that was based on Buddhist principles. The Mahamuni Pagoda was built in 1784, prior to the reign of King Mindon. Today, the Mahamuni Pagoda is one of the most important pilgrimage destinations in Myanmar. The last capital of the Burmese monarchy was not only renowned for its temples and palaces, but also as a center of art. A special feature among the art and craft guilds of Mandalay are the city's gold artisans who continue to work in the traditional way. The finesse and expertise of the craftsman is evident in many historical sacred buildings, such as the Kutodor Pagoda, that dates back to the 19th century. The building is also known as the world's largest book, as it contains the entire collection of Theravada Buddhism's sacred texts. The Sandamani Pagoda houses many important religious texts from the Parikanon that were carved into 1774 marble plates. With the completion of the new metropolis of Mandalay, 1858 saw the enforced move of the population of the former capital Amarapura. The most important timber buildings were dismantled and rebuilt in Mandalay. The Shwe In Bin Monastery was privately financed. An extremely wealthy Chinese gem merchant had the monastery built in 1895. Today, this sanctuary is one of the most striking examples of traditional Burmese monastery architecture. Religion still plays an important role in the everyday life of the people here. The highlight of the religious calendar is the annual Pagoda Festival. During the Pagoda Festival, the Kwauktogi Paya Sanctuary is of great importance. It now incorporates a number of contemporary influences. Mandalay Hill, one of the most important landmarks in Mandalay, provides a magnificent view of the surrounding area. This idyllic hill was once covered with buildings, and it's still of great significance for the local population. According to legend, Mandalay Hill is sacred, as Buddha once lived there for part of his life. The journey on the Shan State Express begins early in the morning in Mandalay train station. Immediately after leaving the city, we encounter wonderful scenery that is strongly influenced by a remarkable backdrop of mountains and unspoiled nature. The train travels in a zigzag up the mountains. This enables it to negotiate severe slopes that would otherwise be impossible for it to climb vertically. The beauty of the scenery and its extreme terrain posed a great technical challenge for the engineers who had the responsibility of building this railroad in the north of Myanmar. The train journey from Mandalay to Laseo is a delight for one and all. It provides a fascinating insight into the culture and everyday life of the Shan people. The train stops frequently at various small stations. In Myanmar, they're proud of this century-old railway line, once owned by the Irrawaddy State Railway Company. On the 1st of May 1877, the first steam train in Burma set out from the main station in Yangon. At first, the line only went as far as Phye, but later a whole network of lines was created. The city of Pien U Luin, that is also known as Maimo, was once a British military base. Even today, the city still has a certain air of nostalgia. These magnificent old coaches are not only here for the tourists. The local inhabitants of Maimo also use them as an everyday means of transport, just like a taxi service. Modernity has also found its way here, but it's still full of original charm. After this short visit to Myanmar's past colonial times that were once influenced by various British hill stations, the journey continues. The fertile soil of the nearby environs of Maimo have made this region into a successful agricultural area. Cabbage and strawberry fields cover vast parts of the fertile plains. The train frequently stops in order to let new passengers board. For the country's rural population, the train is often the only means by which they can travel to urban areas, as much of the country is without a proper network of roads. The slow pace of the train accentuates the captivating landscape. Those waiting at the stations are there for a variety of reasons. Several of them have no intention of boarding the train, but are there to sell their wares to passengers. The Shan State Express travels tentatively into the next station. This is a hectic part of the world. However, the calm of this train journey also has a peaceful effect on travelers. On the face of it, Nong Chau is a picture postcard village, a rural idyll. But this is far from the truth. Close to the village, the Gok Tiek Viaduct provides a temporary distraction from the serious problems of this region. The 690-metre-long bridge is a technical masterpiece. For many years, the area around Nong Chau has been the centre of the illegal drug trade. The growing of opium has become a highly profitable business for the farmers of this region. Fortunately, the train passengers see nothing of the local drug problem. Here, cool air is far more important than social issues. The humidity can be a problem for some tourists. The train gradually starts off again, and with it, a cool flow of air. The tropical climate was not the only challenge that the workers had to overcome during the construction of the Mandalay to Lashio section of the railroad. The hills and dense vegetation of the jungle severely hampered their work. Most of the small settlements developed following the construction of the railroad. The railroad's arrival brought the country's farmers many new advantages. It enabled them to sell and deliver their products both near and far. With the arrival of the railroad, an increasing number of small farming villages developed, most of which were populated by the Shan. Accounting for around 8.5% of the total population, the Shan are the largest ethnic minority in Myanmar. Along with that of the Mon people, their culture has been a major contribution to the historical development of Southeast Asia. The train moves slowly into the next station. Kyauk Mi is a typical small town of this region and is well known as a centre for precious stones. Here, passengers are offered various refreshments as the journey normally takes more than 12 hours. Westerners are sometimes a little wary of the various snacks on offer. When a tempting skewer of food suddenly turns out to be grilled locust, the appetite can sometimes disappear within seconds. The continuing journey on the Shan State Express travels once more into the countryside. Picturesque hills line the route that is close to a famous military name, the Burma Road. This strategically important mountain road between southwest China and northern Burma was extended during the Japanese-Chinese War. When China was cut off from its major ports due to an attack by the Japanese in 1937, an alternative supply route had to be found. Within a relatively short period of time, around 120,000 workers built a 1,200-kilometer winding road from Kunming in the province of Yunnan to the Burmese town of Lasio and on further south. While the Burma Road has since become more and more important for the transportation of goods, it is usually full of passengers. This railroad is popular with both locals and tourists alike. Our next stop, the Sipor train station, is situated outside the actual town. By car, it's only a few minutes to the center of the old town of Sipor on the Doktawadi River. As with most of the towns of this region, it is dominated by Shan culture. In addition to its historical significance as a former center of power, it's particularly known for its many celebrations and events. The inhabitants of Sipor are fond of their festivals. A large number of vehicles is imaginatively decorated on these occasions. The streets reverberate with the sound of loud music, and the local children are mesmerized by the sights and sounds of the procession. Dancing along, the children follow the parade through the town that has now become a great hive of activity. The colors and designs of the costumes seem to be without limit, and numerous mythological animals play an important role in the life of Sipor. Around 12 kilometers beyond Sipor is the entrance to one of the most famous attractions in this northern Shan state, the legendary Bagyo Pagoda. Surrounded by a magnificent wall, it is thought that this sanctuary is more than 700 years old. Just as in Sipor, traditional celebrations are also popular here. An important festival takes place each year around Tabung, the time of the full moon in February and March, and it's the highlight of the town's cultural calendar. It is not only one of the largest pagoda festivals in the Shan state, but also in the whole of Myanmar. The richly decorated buildings are a fascinating sight. As with the Shan princes of the nearby town of Sipor, the former Saufas made several generous donations for the development of this temple. Just as in the reign of the Saufas, many pilgrims still became addicted to gambling, as in the past, betting and gambling were only permitted during temple festivals. Betting and gambling provided exceptionally high taxes for the ruling Shan monarchy, who donated a percentage of their profits to the adornment of the sanctuary. Even today, the beautiful decoration of the various temples and shrines has lost nothing of its atmospheric splendor of bygone times. The large number of donations and candles testify to the great importance that the Bagyo Pagoda has for the local population in this northern region of Myanmar. The interior of the sanctuary contains the temple's pride and glory, 4 highly worshipped Buddha figures. For several centuries, Buddhism has been an integral part of the cultural life of the Shan people. Prior to the train's departure, at the station there's a multitude of merchants offering a large range of exotic fruit. After all the luggage has been secured once again inside the train, the Shan State Express sets off and travels to the final destination of our journey. At an average speed of around 20 kilometers an hour, the train struggles up the mountainside. This is the last opportunity to take in the surrounding scenery and the natural beauty of this region. Lazio is both enchanting and modern. The laid-back atmosphere of Sipor is not to be found in this town that is 900 meters above sea level. For several centuries, Lazio has been a commercial town with close trading connections with China, which is only around 100 kilometers away. The local market is well worth a visit. The sight of so many goods is quite breathtaking. Fruit, spices, fresh vegetables, you name it, here everything is of the highest quality. It's a good idea to reserve as much time as possible for a visit to Lazio Market, as it really is a veritable paradise of fruit and vegetables. People from both the nearby mountain region and surrounding villages visit the city's most famous market, Maiomese Market. In this city, populated mainly by Chinese, this market is the main attraction. A little off the main tourist route is Lazio's most famous sanctuary, the Mansu Pagoda, built around a century ago. The Kuan Yin San Joss House Monastery and its adjacent temple highlight the influence of the Chinese population in the religious life of this city. Various sacred sculptures and illustrations of ancient mythological creatures provide an insight into local arts and crafts. Even though most of the buildings here are quite recent, having been built in the past 50 years or so, they are still most impressive. Kuan Yin San House, that was only built a couple of years ago, is not only the largest Chinese monastery in the Shan state, but in the whole of Myanmar. There is possibly no better or more authentic way to experience this fascinating country that was once hidden away from the rest of the world for so long than to travel on the Shan State Express. The Shan State is truly one of the most colourful areas in Southeast Asia. Due to the extended train route from Mandalay to Lazio, the time is hopefully not far away when the poverty of this region will be replaced by a new era of well-deserved prosperity.
In the charming Transylvanian wine country, in the middle of Romania, lies the small village of Biertan, the former Biertalm, one of the oldest German settlements in Transylvania. The village is still influenced by its old world charm. Dating back to the 15th and 16th centuries, the fortified church is an atmospheric gem of a bygone age. Mighty and impregnable, the imposing fortified church rises strategically above the sleepy place and reminds us that Biertan was once a diocesan town of great religious and political importance. The militaristic design of the church was a necessary precaution because in former times this region was far from peaceful and idyllic. The Tartars and the Turks repeatedly invaded Transylvania, and so it was necessary for the village to have a fortified church that could fend off would-be attackers. The church received its present form at the beginning of the 16th century. During this time, the then Biertalm had quickly grown to become the largest parish of the so-called Two Chairs. Also, the villagers were not economically badly off at that time. After the expansion of the fortress, their church was protected by a total of 3 massive ring walls. Since then, there have been many further changes, and the substantial work undertaken by the Transylvanian Saxons is long gone. In the middle of the 16th century, the Transylvanian Saxons had turned their backs on Catholicism and joined the Reformation movement headed by Martin Luther. Biertan became the seat of the Protestant Church. In the event of an enemy attack, the entire village population could immediately entrench themselves in the fortress and thus defend their lives and religion. In 1516, the construction of Biertan Church was finally completed. From the outside, it's a simple structure built on an extremely sturdy foundation. Three rings of walls with defence towers and bastions surround the castle hill. Despite this protection, the castle was stormed and plundered by Karuks in 1704. But the stable building could not be destroyed, and so the church, in its impressive totality, was preserved as a bastion for the village. A covered wooden staircase leads up to the Hour Tower and the inner courtyard. The tower owes its name to a clock in the superstructure above the battlements. Only after a tour does one realize just how powerful the entire facility is. And even the ramps to the castle courtyard lead through several protected stone tunnels. The village communities built their Fortress of God themselves. When the enemy stormed in from outside, village life could continue inside the walls. After the attacks of the Ottomans, the fortified churches became bulwarks in the war against those of other faiths. The architectural style of the Biertalmer church, begun in 1492, is late Gothic. And some rather unusual ideas were born when the marriage prison was built in the innermost ring of the wall in the East Bastion. With a beautiful view, quarrelling couples were locked up until reconciliation. 2 coats of arms above the west portal make reference to royal benevolence. The pulpit, elaborately carved out of sandstone, welcomes visitors who enter the Hall Church, whose imposing ceiling vault is 22 meters long. In 1977, the earth shook and left large cracks, but these were restored. The decorative figure decoration of the pulpit had not been damaged. Flags and carpets, typical of the country, refer proudly to the deep attachment and love of the Transylvanian Saxon folk for their homeland. On the walls of the rear church are the well-preserved benches of the craftsmen's guilds, which conspicuously show their affiliation. But individual wall decorations were also donated by them. Everything seems so alive, as if it were still the Middle Ages, and people would imminently attend Holy Mass. And likewise for the more than 500-year-old choir stalls for the dignitaries. The great late Gothic winged altar was carved in the 15th century by a craftsman from Strasbourg named Johannes Reichmuth. It took more than 30 years for the 28 sacred images to be created. The center of the Beatarn's altar is dominated by a dramatic depiction of the crucifixion of Christ. The entrance door to the sacristy, dating from 1515, is particularly impressive because of the highly developed and award-winning mechanism of its lock with 13 bolts. The so-called Mausoleum Tower contains the grave crosses and stones of the former priests and bishops. And so each of the defense towers also had an additional function for the coexistence of the village community. When you visit the fortified church today and enjoy the magnificent view of the peaceful village below, it's all too easy to forget the dangers of former times. Each family had a chamber in the Bacon Tower, which they already filled with bacon and other supplies in times of peace. Beatarn is an historical and cultural treasure that has been preserved to this day.
Austria is located in the heart of Europe. Throughout the country, the run-up to Christmas is celebrated by visiting its extremely popular Christmas markets. We begin in Austria's capital city, Vienna. A Christmas dream in front of the town hall. On the city's main boulevard, the Ringstraße, opposite the world-famous Burgtheater. At the beginning of November, the festively lit facade of the town hall attracts many shoppers to a fabulous array of Christmas stalls, packed with seasonal decorations and all of the sparkle and glitter of this special time of year. A huge illuminated Christmas tree situated outside the town hall acts as an irresistible magnet to visitors from all over the world. The mood is set. The spending begins. Not far away, in the old town, the old Viennese Christkindlmarkt has traditionally been held on the Freyung. This small but exquisite Christmas market opens only in the second half of November and offers Christmas arts and crafts and special organic delicacies produced on Austria's farms. The location of the market is ideal, between city palaces and in front of the Schottenkirche on a narrow strip of land. The colourfully decorated Christmas tree and glowing lights of the garlands in front of the city's splendidly renovated buildings creates a special atmosphere typical of this time of the year. There's a tempting selection of splendid seasonal decorations and gifts. The Christmas tree decorations are handmade and of the highest quality. Satisfaction assured, as Jason Mirgot, founder of the Schotten Monastery, supervises all. There's a real gem here. A scene of imperial glory is provided by the Christmas market outside the Schönbrunn Palace, which opens its doors during the second half of November. Within the vast parade yard, in front of the magnificently illuminated main palace building, numerous illuminated Christmas stalls frame a wonderful Christmas tree. noble sight with an abundance of seasonal offerings and high-quality craftsmanship. And that is exactly what both the Viennese and the city's many visitors from around the world expect. Perfect Christmas ambience and exceptional market stalls. The former summer residence of the Habsburgs on the western outskirts of Vienna emerged from a hunting castle of Emperor Matthias. That was often extended and finally inhabited by Empress Maria Theresia. North of the Danube and the Old Town, the flower gardens of Höchstätten were created by the city of Vienna, with a Christmas exhibition in Advent. Here, Vienna's gardeners have created a Christmas-themed landscape, both inside and out, that children find particularly enchanting. Everyone enjoys the variety of Christmas splendour that is to be discovered. There's also a Christmas bakery, as well as a Christ child with tiny angels and a box for Christmas post. A small zoo contains more than 50 indigenous and exotic wildlife species. Romantic images decorate winter flower beds and horse-drawn trams. And there are healthy pursuits. At the Christmas market, a reindeer train captivates the very young, and seasonal fragrances invade the senses. In various Christmas huts, there's a good selection of tree decorations and gifts on offer. Plus, there's a merry-go-round. And festive Christmas lighting all around. Castlehof is located in Lower Austria, east of Vienna, close to the Slovakian border. A Baroque work of art built at the command of Prince Eugen of Savoy. The castle and its courtyards provide the perfect backdrop to its popular Christmas market. Traditional Austrian arts and crafts, as well as those of neighbouring countries, are available and soon tempt those looking for a quality bargain. The cour d'honneur is also framed by Christmas huts. It was once used for marvellous Baroque receptions. An extensive programme of entertainment for all the family makes this Christmas market a popular seasonal destination. Cribs and biblical images light up children's eyes. And inside the castle, there's a large assortment of products for sale. All shapes, sizes and colours of the rainbow. Pre-Christmas romanticism within Baroque surroundings. Situated in Lower Austria's Waldviertel is the Renaissance Rosenberg Castle, in which each year a magical Christkindl market takes place on various weekends in Advent. A number of Christmas huts lead to the main entrance of the castle. Rosenberg Castle is located on a steep cliff high above the picturesque and mystical Camp Valley. Here, you can breathe in the history of a castle with an adventurous past. And plunge into an age of chivalry. Fire pits and candlelight illuminate the inner courtyards and stairs, and flicker in the darkness. A splendid coffered ceiling decorates a marble hall, with the imperial double eagle at its centre. There's an extensive exhibition of cribs. Several rooms are open to the public, including a medieval chapel. A Christmas atmosphere of a very special kind, with age-old craftsmanship and culture. South of Vienna, Burgenland also features Christmas markets in its wine-growing towns. Lake Neusiedl, the largest endorheic lake in Europe, is located at the Stork city of Rust, which also has a very special ambience during the run-up to Christmas. Advent huts frame Town Hall Square and Church Lane, and there are Christmas exhibitions in various winegrowers' premises and courtyards. Due to this unique setting, crowds of people come here. Of course, culinary specialities are always in much demand, and the pre-Christmas period presents an ideal opportunity for all kinds of indulgences. It's also a rare opportunity to go beyond the entrance gates of well-kept wine-growing estates and to enter the domain of the Hungarian lowlands. The well-preserved and intimate architecture is reminiscent of harsher times, but today conveys a feeling of well-being. Rust is a place of harmony. The city of Salzburg is world famous. The Christkindl market in the old town below Hohensalzburg fortress has been deemed to be one of the most famous in the world. Here too, there's a profusion of seasonal arts and crafts. Visitors from each corner of the world adore these tiny works of art and decorate their Christmas trees with them. Cribs are also on display, as is this superb alpine area with its huts, caves and stables. No one can escape the romantic atmosphere. Everything is so natural and unspoiled. In the small cathedral square in front of Salzburg Cathedral, where in summer the Jedermann is performed, huts also appear at this time of the year. Fiaker horse-drawn carriages take passengers from place to place through the narrow streets of the Christmas-decorated Old Town. Where usually Schubert, Mozart and classical music in general fills the streets, now it's time for a larger repertoire of Christmas music. Salzburg is transformed into a Christmas village. The small town of Steinbach on the Steyr in Upper Austria contains cribs from around the world collected by Willy Pils. With more than 600 cribs from almost 100 countries, the Pils collection is one of the greatest treasures in Europe. It highlights the presence of the Christian faith throughout the world. Here there are figures made of various materials and produced using numerous methods with a variety of backgrounds and accompanying images. The extraordinary Crib Village. It's necessary to climb the city tower in order to experience a real Innsbruck mountain Christmas. Below is the Goldene Dachel, and all around the colourful old townhouses with the historical heart of Innsbruck. The metropolis of the Tyrol, the Florence of the north, and the capital in the mountains, with a Christmas market set in magnificent surroundings. Above the city's landmark there are frescoes, balconies and hues of gold, as well as the narrow streets and small squares of the old town. Christmas huts abound, as do Tyrolean handicrafts and tasty specialities, including hearty food and drink. The medieval atmosphere of the old town recalls the fact that, for a short period, Emperor Maximilian I made Innsbruck the centre of the Habsburgs' great empire. And when darkness finally falls, the city's alleys, squares and Christmas tree contain a special glow. It is now that Innsbruck's mountain Christmas time gradually fades into a dream. Next, Vorarlberg in the west of Austria. The old town of Feldkirch is like an oil painting. Characterful buildings with eye-catching facades frame its long main square, which at this time of year becomes the Christmas market. It's like being taken back into an age of knights and chivalry, a journey through history surrounded by wonderful ancient buildings. A romantic Christmas atmosphere beneath the medieval Schattenberg, where once the megalomaniacal Count of Montfort wrote a martial chapter. But that was some time ago, and today visitors travel here from all over the world to experience this outstanding setting. The huts in Market Lane open only at the end of November, just in time to awaken this most magical time of year. Yuletide in Austria, with Christmas markets galore.
A 4-hour drive from Nairobi leads to Kenya's most popular national park, Amboseli. The name of this 392 square kilometre nature reserve is derived from an old dried up lake, formerly Lake Amboseli. A whirlwind travels across the land that was once of much importance to the people of the Maasai tribe. Today, these dusty grass plains are the sole domain of the region's indigenous wildlife. The elevated sandy terrain that seems to reach up into the sky in a tall column gives the region an almost magical atmosphere. The Amboseli National Park contains a large variety of Africa's wildlife. This is due to the many habitats offered by this region's terrain. The vegetation is also as diverse as the landscape that mainly comprises shrubs and savanna-like natural cover with the occasional acacia tree. The acacia is one of the natural landmarks of Kenya's flora. Its branches provide a very welcome source of shade. Acacias and other smaller groups of trees quite often form a welcome oasis for several types of wildlife, including many rare species of bird. Mammals such as these baboons, as well as the endangered swamp guenons, inhabit the protective branches of Amboseli's acacias. As with most monkeys, the guenons live in small groups, not only in the savanna regions, but also where there are large numbers of trees. These cute animals are among the most popular with the park's visitors. They've gradually become accustomed to their human observers. It's the lively and playful behavior of the young swamp guenons that causes the most amusement with the safari tourists. The lava in this section of the park originally came from the mighty Mount Kilimanjaro that is located 50 kilometers from Amboseli. Although the landscape offers countless photo opportunities, the actual charm of this national park lies within its magnificent fauna. These huge and impressive herds of elephants have made Amboseli famous around the world. Up to 1,000 elephants have been counted within the boundaries of this wildlife reserve. The elephant is a very family-orientated species, thus its chances of survival are extremely high, added to its good herding instincts and powerful frame. They're very tender and caring creatures, despite the fact that the adult bull can only enter the female-led herd during the breeding season. This nature reserve makes it relatively easy to observe these gentle giants at quite close quarters. Slowly and confidently, these powerful creatures stroll through the savannah, constantly on the lookout for food and water. Despite their mighty stature and enormous strength that makes them almost invincible within the animal kingdom, the elephant is an extremely docile animal. In addition to the large elephant population, other animals such as the gnu and zebra are also in colourful abundance throughout the reserve. And during the dry season, the waterholes can become somewhat cramped. The beauty and grandeur of the African elephant is in no doubt, but it has become an endangered species due to its precious ivory tusks. The elephant was hunted for its ivory right up until the end of the 20th century, when it was finally realized that these magnificent creatures were in serious danger of becoming extinct. Thus, laws were introduced to ensure their continued survival. Thanks to exceptional reservations such as the Amboseli National Park, the majestic African elephant is still able to flourish and enjoy its freedom in a completely natural environment. On many of its 37 islands, Lake Tana in northern Ethiopia is well known for its ancient churches and monasteries. Tropical vegetation covers the volcanic cone that protrudes like an island from the largest inland lake of the Ethiopian highlands. Dega Stephanos lies in the middle of the lake and contains one of the country's most important monasteries. On the summit, framed by walls and hidden under great trees, stands the monastery of Holy Stephanos. In a small treasury, various mummies are preserved in glazed wooden coffins. Here the remains of 5 emperors of various dynasties lie at rest. Over the years, various crowns, valuable books, and precious crosses were collected here, protected by royal guards. Remarkable sacred treasures and masterpieces of Ethiopian art. Today, a smaller number of monks live here. Dek is the largest island and can be seen in the distance. Two water towers and a bell tower of typical Gondar design protect the Naga Selassie church. Empress Mentewab, the Gondar who conducted official business during the reign of her son Iyasu II, authorized the construction of this complex in 1746. "24 stone-like pillars that support a large roof adorn the outer ring of a path that leads around the church. The magnificent murals in the interior of the rotunda are among the most beautiful and best preserved of those that are of Second Gondar design. The circular church was developed from typical Ethiopian round huts and was used to securely store the holy boards. There is no altar, just a shrine, the makdas, that is surrounded by painted walls, the motifs of which were often depicted as what could be called comic strips. Bible stories were told, and archangels with raised swords were drawn next to Mary and St. George, seated on a horse. The Trinity watches over numerous saints and is surrounded by scenes from the stories of salvation and from purgatory to the journey to heaven. People celebrate outside the church. By boat we travel to the south of Lake Tana, to the Zegi Peninsula, a romantic natural landscape. A splendid place where politicians met. A narrow path leads through coffee and gesho bushes to a hill within the monastery area, at the center of which is the impressive monastery fort. The entrances and walls give the impression that the monastery was a place of refuge in unsettled times. Here treasures were also protected, such as books and crosses. The monastery church of Ukhra Kidana Mechret is also a circular building with the walls of its external covered thoroughfare adorned by contemporary wall paintings. The history of the hidden island monastery is long, and most notably includes the hostilities of the Oromo tribe in the land of the Shore. There, the emperor's fort was taken piece by piece from shore back to the islands of Lake Tana, and the monastery experienced a new prosperity and became a seat of government. Close by to the south is the small island of Kebran. A plaque by the entrance gate indicates that females are not permitted to enter the monastery. The route up to the monastery leads through a jungle and past the monks' circular huts. The small monastery is one of the oldest in Ethiopia. Here in 1350, Abba Zayohanes of Shor settled and was eventually buried here. The exterior of the church indicates the strict design of the country's early sacred buildings. The pictures appear meagre and faded, although beautiful lattices adorn the windows. Few of the original paintings on the walls, pillars, and wooden gates have managed to survive. One of the towers secured crowns, crosses, and books. Papyrus thickets surround the island monastery of Debre Matan. Judging by the appearance of the small, inconspicuous church, it's difficult to believe that here once stood a famous monastery with 5 churches. This was once a part of the monastery under Emperor Amdasayon, and Emperor Iyasu I decreed that a religious council should be held here. Various monastic orders were to be unified. The local people of Wayoto still use papyrus boats and live here as in the past when the first Christian missionaries founded the island monastery. This concludes our atmospheric journey into this fine region's religious past. Napoli, capital of Campania in southern Italy, where hustle and bustle combines with serenity and joie de vivre. A city that has given its name to a gulf and 3 famous islands. The Centro Storico Monumentale is located around the harbour. The Piazza del Plebiscito embodies both grandeur and vastness, in contrast to the narrow confines of the Old Town. This huge space was brought to life by various kings of Naples. On one side of the square is the Chiesa San Francesco di Paola, a church of victory that was built by Ferdinand in 1815 following the return of the Bourbons. Modelled on the Pantheon of Rome. The statues represent religion, the Holy Castilia, and Paola and Maria. Here, Swiss architect Pietro Bianchi created a masterpiece. Opposite the Palais Real is an exterior facade and niches that contain the statues of the past 8 rulers of Naples. Each of them ruled Naples, from Roger the Norman to King of a united Italy, Vittorio Emanuele II. On the corner of the square is the Café Gambrinus, a well-known meeting place of politicians, artists and composers. Next, the Galleria Umberto Mall, with its impressive roof constructed of iron and glass, and elegantly patterned marble floor. Luxury symbolized Italy's brave new era. Close to the harbour is the mighty Castel Nuovo, its graceful entrance arch seemingly hemmed in by 2 awkward-looking towers. Its construction began during the reign of Charles I, but Alphonse of Aragon subsequently had the castle completely rebuilt. In the 14th century, both political and cultural life took place here, and the Sala dei Baroni indicates this former centre of power. From the centre of the town, a small causeway leads to the tiny island of Borgo Santa Lucia. Fishermen once lived here in huts. Now it's fine restaurants and chic yachts. The island is dominated by a building which in ancient times was the residence of Lucullus, the Castel dell'Ovo, the oldest fortress in Naples. It began as a monastery, but under the Normans, Hohenstaufen and the lords of Anjou and Aragon, the building was transformed. Following a siege, Ferdinand II of Spain almost completely destroyed the entire building. In 1503, the castle took on its present-day appearance. The Via Partenope, with its magnificent buildings and luxury hotels on the coast near Santa Lucia, developed by land reclamation in the 19th century. A walk along the Caracciolo coastal road towards Mergellina passes the Parco Comunale, with palm trees, sculptures and fountains. The former royal garden was intended only for the aristocracy. The Zoological Station Park was established in 1872. It is the oldest aquarium and marine research institute in Europe, founded by German zoologist Felix Anton Dorn. At various weekends, the flea market takes place in the park. It attracts many visitors who come to gaze at the kitsch products on offer and perhaps be tempted to buy. Within an elegant arc along the Gulf of Naples, the Via Francesco Caracciola contains a magnificent multicolored row of houses. The promenade ends in Mergellina, an old fishing quarter. Between the landing stages of the marina, there is little space for the few remaining fishermen who go about their daily work tending to their nets and boats. From here, many people left Naples in the hope of a better life elsewhere. However, since the time of the Lords of Anjou, this has been a romantic setting. Early in the morning, the first ferries bring passengers, goods and vehicles to the various islands in the Gulf of Naples. First, the Isola di Procida. Loading and unloading takes place with the minimum delay, and cars, people and goods exchange places and the ferry leaves port once again. Measuring 4 square kilometers, Procida is the smallest island off Naples. Densely populated and with a long history. The site of the picturesque Marina Grande at the Cattolico ferryport typifies relaxed island life. Religious seamen built churches and houses here, up steep slopes, to the old town of Terra Murata, the walled country. Closely packed together, a mosaic of citadel, palace, monastery and houses, on tough rock at 90 meters above sea level. Terra Murata began in the 16th century under Alfonso of Avalos, who made Castle Hill secure, in order to protect the islanders from pirate raids. The buildings in the narrow streets are unmistakably Arabian. The former hunting grounds of the Bourbons became a holiday destination for the residents of Naples. The ferry leaves port and sails along the coast once again, past the fort to the next island. Ischia, the island of Titan Tifoios. The largest of the 3 islands in the Gulf of Naples, each one now being a popular tourist destination. Situated on the fortified quay, colourful buildings welcome those arriving in Porto, capital of the island. The village of Ponte is still home to fishermen, who offer their tasty daily catch on the pier. Here they mend their nets and repair their colourful boats. The village is connected to the island of Castello Aragonese by a causeway. Since ancient times, this location has been used as a fortress. The ruins of the castle, settlement, churches and monasteries feature numerous architectural styles. The island's volcanic and mineral-containing hot springs and fumarolan fields attract millions of visitors from around the world. But life on the coast between Ponte and Porto has remained unchanged. A picture postcard idyll. Ischia's wide streets and vibrant waterfront reveal a popular tourist destination, and excursion boats are moored in front of typical harbour-side restaurants. The Isola Verde is rightly known as the Green Island. In addition to its hot springs, the lush vegetation is a splendid sight. Cliff walls drop steeply to the sea, and settlements nestle on each spare plot of land. Magical fishing villages, such as Sant'Angelo, enchant with their white and pastel-coloured Moorish buildings, crowded together close to the volcanic cliffs. Forio, the second largest community on the island, is a centre for the wine trade, with medieval towers and full of Mediterranean charm. The ferry manoeuvres with impressive accuracy through the narrow opening of the harbour and leaves Ischia and its ancient palaces and villas. Soon the mainland can be seen again, and the port of Naples with its huge cruise ships off Castelnuovo. Italy's most fascinating city is truly well worth a visit. We enter through Porta Capuano in the centre of Naples, Europe's largest ancient town. The Centro Storico Antico, a fine world of both myth and reality. San Gennaro indicates the route to his city. He was once a bishop here and today is worshipped as a patron saint. Castel Capuano rises up into the sky. It was built in 1165 by the Normans in order to deter possible invaders. Today, it's the Palace of Justice. The Via dei Tribunali is one of the three main streets that originated in antiquity and gave structure to the town. Around 1400, sacred Gothic buildings originated along this important lifeline of the city. The Duomo di San Gennaro is one of the most famous. Karl I of Anjou, brother of the French king Ludwig XIV, had the cathedral built above an early Christian church. The main nave has a panelled Baroque ceiling with pictures, and the cupola of the Cappella is decorated with frescoes by Lanfranco. The cathedral contains the bones of the city's patron saint and the tombs of former regents. The left nave leads to the Santa Ristuta Basilica that was extensively renovated in the 17th century. It leads to the oldest baptistry in the Occident. There are churches everywhere, such as San Giorgio Maggiore. The Spacca Napoli is one of the city's 3 Greek-Roman streets. Several sections of various streets have been joined together to form one long street. A small side street, the Via Gregorio Armeno, is known as the Alley of the Christmas Cribs. A unique collection of small shops in which the famous crib makers of Naples have their workshops and sell their works of art. The alleys of the old town are narrow, but everywhere there are churches jammed in between the numerous buildings. Amid the tangled alleys is hidden the San Lorenzo Maggiore church with an inner courtyard and cloister. The largest monastery in Naples is thought to have been the setting in which Boccaccio met his Fiammetta, and also where the city officials held their meetings. The archaeological complex of the church colourfully features the city's history. An ancient commercial Roman street above which the monastery complex was built. Karl I of Anjou chose French Gothic design with elements of Mediterranean architecture. Where once the ancient Agora of Napoli stood, Saint Cajetan invites us to visit the early Baroque basilica that was named after him. Alongside a mighty external staircase, merchants display their wares. The interior of the upper church was altered by Francesco Grimaldi. A temple of the Dioscuri was transformed into a Christian basilica. With typical Baroque abundance. Francesco Solimena, Naples' most important artist of that time, created this splendor. In 800 AD, the former temple was consecrated as a church by St. Paulus and retained its Roman architecture. The crypta is accessible from the street. As in other Christian churches, there are numerous altars and tombs. A sarcophagus is the final place of rest for Saint Cajetan. On our journey through the old town, we passed the church of the Gerardamini di San Felipe Neri, an order that was built according to Tuscan Renaissance style. On the Piazza San Domenico, the Baroque plague column supports the statue of Saint Domenicus, who showed mercy for the poor. The square is surrounded by several churches and is a popular meeting place. Appearing to be both severe and modest, this Gothic church was the largest monastery complex in Naples, the Santa Chiara. At the beginning of the 14th century, Robert of Anjou had this church built and his wife established a Clarice monastery here. The courtyard and cloister were added later. The Clarice used to walk the corridors in humble, pure faith until, in the 18th century, a major change occurred. Large, colourful majolica with playful motifs transformed the corridors into monastic places of contemplation. splendidly painted stone benches are ideal for meditation in the tranquil inner courtyard of the monastery. The Piazza Gesù Nuovo marks the end of the route through the ancient town. The unusual facade of the church of the same name surprises with its dark, tough stone. The square is dominated by a 40-meter high obelisk. This Rococo work of art was created in 1747 with donations made by local people. The church's interior demonstrates with Baroque splendor the Neapolitan fixation with over-ornate decoration. Modernization and decay lie side by side. Next to the church is an entrance to the city's hidden underworld, Napoli Sotterranea, a subterranean system of tunnels and caves that was dug into the tuff in order to provide a water supply. In World War II, it acted as an air raid shelter. Until the mid-16th century, the Piazza Dante was situated outside the city until the city walls were rebuilt and expanded to Foro Carolino in the 18th century. Built in 1625, Porto Alba leads to a short road. Next, the Piazza Bellini with monuments, ancient brick walls and magnificent palaces. Today's underground also has much to offer, a metro with art. A number of the subway stations of Line 1 was supplemented with exhibition space for historic artwork. Various museums are nearby. Naples lives alongside the art of the ancient past just as much as with the modern art of today, represented by many of the city's artists. A successful symbiosis to the stations of the upper world. At the highest point of the city mound of Vomero is the spectacular Castel Sant'Elmo with its amazing views. A view of the Old Town and the Gulf, and in the background, Vesuvius. The massive fortifications were built under Spanish monarch Pedro de Toledo in the 14th century. The almost impenetrable fort was mainly used to command the city rather than for defense. Indeed, for many years, it was used as a prison. Pedro Scriba, a leading military architect of his time, created an hexagonal plan. Also on the Vomero is the former Carthusian monastery of San Martino, which has been converted into a museum. The place where monks once meditated and lived according to their rules of faith was secularized under Catholic rule. Naples has never been destroyed by either war or revolution, and therefore boasts a splendid blend of historical architectural styles. A piece of heaven that fell to earth. That's how the Neapolitans refer to their beautiful city and its surroundings.
Damascus, one of Morocco's 4 royal cities, became famous due to its megalomaniac monarch, Sultan Moulay Ismail, who is also known as Morocco's Sun King. Today, 500,000 people live in this city that's located 550 meters above sea level. The architectural harmony of the Bab el Khamis is impressive. The holes in its side towers demonstrate the special tamplome technique of its construction. The gate, with its pointed decorative arch, was created by skillful craftsmen. Its middle section is covered with stylish tiles. On entering the gateway, one is struck by the mighty walls. They are of extreme sturdy construction and often have been used to defend the city. The huge, partly overgrown ochre wall extends along the street. The existing 25-kilometre-long bulwark surrounds the former residential quarters. In the background shines the green minaret of the Great Mosque. Pedestrians, cars and horse carriages move along at oriental pace. In former times, the large 4-hectare water basin of Agdal was used to supply water to the park. Today, it's a popular place for a family day out. The cruel and despotic Sultan made Meknes the mightiest fortified city in North Africa, and one that took 55 years to construct. The Heri and Dar el Mar complex seems to be without end. A gate leads into a huge corn silo. It demonstrates the Sultan's megalomania. The rooms are up to 6 meters wide, 10 meters high and 50 meters long. The barrel vaults are covered with tiles. This area once contained the subterranean dungeons of a Christian prison. It was here that prisoners from Europe languished until, after much negotiation, they were eventually set free. To illustrate the enormity of all this, Moulay Ismail had an army of 150,000 men who were stationed at each of the country's main strategic points. Included in his royal household was a harem of 600 wives of various races, as well as countless children and a large retinue of African slaves. The former residence contained 50 palaces that were divided by way of gardens, barracks and stables, in which 12,000 horses were stabled. Labyrinth-like arcades are reminiscent of a bygone time of which little remains. Following the Sultan's death, the city fell into sudden decline. In 1996, the Medina of Meknes was designated as a World Heritage Site. It contains both medieval and modern architecture. The old town consists of the Ville Imperiale, the ruins of the palace complex, and also the Medina with its residential and commercial districts. It also includes the former Jewish Ansian district and the Nouveau Mela that is now known as Riyadh. Both the old and the new town are separated by the Bouf Ekrain River. Unlike those in Marrakesh and Fez, the city streets that contain the souks are not labyrinth-like. They're almost rectangular and so are easier to negotiate. In the textile quarter, there is everything from buttons to traditional kaftan. And there's a huge assortment of shirts, colourful trousers and children's lace dresses. A wonderful array of food tempts all who visit the market. Large blocks of candy that contain almonds and a variety of other nuts are very striking and create a mouth-watering display. European apartments are usually furnished with Oriental household goods, with anything from a stag's head to a Berber carpet. There's something for everyone. They are not always easy to find, but Morocco's restaurants and cafes offer a huge variety of delicious dishes. Ornamental silver is a speciality, but its exponents are few and far between. It makes a perfect gift. A silversmith creates various patterns with great skill. Dexterity and patience are the most important attributes for this exacting work. The Kisaria cloth market boasts the finest lace makers. Here, magnificent tablecloths are offered for sale. Brass ornaments are also available. The art of metalworking has a long tradition in Morocco, and there's an amazing variety on offer, from ornamental swords to practical household goods. The Mederza Bou Inania is one of the most important buildings in the Medina. Its courtyard contains a shell-shaped well that's used for ritual bathing. Ground marble and alabaster stucco work is decorated with objects made with fine spatulas. Carved cedar wood is also included. The courtyard contains many remarkable architectural elements. The Mederza was built in the 14th century by the Merinid sultans. Both its interior and exterior resemble a building in Fez, as both buildings were constructed during the same period. In the 16th century, the Mederza was expanded with the addition of a theological institute. Stucco and plaster were used from the 9th century AD. Highly skillful decorative elements are repeated on both pointed and circular arches. Ceramics was developed in the 11th century. This process soon became popular throughout the Islamic world. Inscriptions with quotations from the Quran, surrounded by thin lines, each letter has been painstakingly etched into the tiles. The majority of floors, walls, pillars, and even domes are covered in tile mosaics. The colourful tiles are quite stunning. Huge balls of wool are spun, coloured, and transformed into carpets here. They are richly adorned with geometric patterns and abstract forms. The Medina area close to the Great Mosque, including the Mederza Bou Inania, is full of architectural splendour. At first sight, the designs appear to be similar, but the woodwork and stucco contains a myriad of fine detail. The Great Mosque was founded by the Almohads, but was altered during the time of the Merides. It provides a close insight into the world of Islam. Finely crafted chandeliers cast a gentle light across the prayer hall. Everything looks mystical and mysterious. The mausoleum of Moulay Ismail is also located in the former royal city. It's one of the most famous buildings in Meknes. Beyond its facade, there is a tomb. The Alawite monarch, who became famous due to his overindulgence in architecture and his cruelty, plus his religious faith, is still respected by many of those who visit the necropolis. A view from highly decorated courtyards leads to the green roof of the mausoleum. The contrast of colour is quite fantastic. The metalwork of these strong wooden doors is popular with collectors. They are sold at the world's most famous auction houses and fetch a high price. The roof is held up by massive wooden girders. They have borne the immense weight of this splendid ceiling for many centuries. The bowl of the fountain is supported by a unique console. Objects such as this were unknown in earlier Islamic buildings. It's likely that they originated from Europe. Despite his disdain of the dynasties that preceded him, Moulay Ismail had his mausoleum designed in the style of the Saadiye, but without their artistic skill. In Islamic mosques and mausoleums, only a few of the ornaments and furnishings play a significant role. This tiled faience floor looks like a carpet. These faience mosaics contain a marvelous spectrum of color. The tiny sections come from broken tiles. In 1950, Mohammed V had the shrine renovated, carefully restoring each aspect of the building so that it would be preserved for posterity. Below the uppermost section of the ceilings are the windows. It's only when the sun is directly above that it shines within. The dignity of the necropolis must not be disturbed by external influences. Several metal chandeliers create warm, comforting illumination. Contours become hazy. Carpets and mosaics look almost unreal. The view above features a mass of geometric patterns and forms. The abundant decoration on the walls continues to the ceiling. Meknes is an important commercial centre, and textiles and agriculture are vital sources of revenue. Olives and vines are cultivated on the Sais Plateau. The Place El Hedim. Its name originates from the time of Moulay Ismail. On the 200 by 100 meters square, there's much activity. Many of Meknes inhabitants still prefer traditional clothing, as it's perfect for the climate and extremely comfortable. An array of shoe cleaners, storytellers and water sellers is gathered here. And tradesmen also offer their goods for sale. Souvenirs and food are on offer in the small shops beneath the arcades. This is where the normal daily life of Morocco can be experienced to the full. The magnificent gate of Bab el Mansour. Construction of the gate began during the rule of Moulay Ismail, but was completed in 1732 by his successor. It derived its name from a Christian who converted to Islam. It was here, following numerous trials, that those found guilty were executed and their heads put on public display. This pointed gate is the most beautiful of its kind and a successful adaptation of the classical building style of the Almohads. But the height and strength of the walls is awesome. The slaves of many countries lost their lives while working on this monumental structure. The triumphant arch is decorated with marble pillars and composite capitals that were pillaged from the volubilis. The king wasn't too much concerned how he came by his building materials. The columns of the side wings of Bab el Mansour have rosettes on their capitals. Originally, the columns had straight entablatures, but since Roman times, bowed sections became the norm. The Berber tribe of Meknasa first gave this city its name. But following thousands of years of dramatic history, the former royal city of Meknes remains an enigma to the present day.
It is a short ferry ride across the Curonian Lagoon from Klaipėda to Curonian Spit, the most extraordinary landscape in Lithuania. This is a peninsula which stretches in a narrow arch from Klaipėda to Russia's Kaliningrad, over 98 kilometers off the coast. The lagoon side is sheltered and therefore calm and covered with reeds. This is where a nature conservation area begins, which became a World National Heritage Site in the year 2000. Alexander von Humboldt described this natural phenomenon as one of the strangest and most beautiful coastal regions in Europe. Here in the northern part, there are pine and birch forests, exceptional plants and flowers, and where an elk may suddenly appear. But the ecological balance of the peninsula is fragile, since centuries ago deforestation was carried out on a large scale. Nature recovered, and herons and cormorants returned to their nesting places. But the peninsula is also inhabited by people, and Jodkrant is a fine example. A tranquil resort around which the drift sand makes a detour, for its residents wisely conserve the area's ancient forest. The well-kept holiday homes and boarding houses are quite picturesque and instantly create an amiable atmosphere. But despite its proximity, Nagliokopa is totally different. Only sand, and a 53-meter-high dune under which the former village of Niglen is buried. This was the effect of destructive natural forces that began in the 15th century. Forest fires and erosion did the rest, and therefore the natural barrier against the sand was destroyed. The sand dunes gradually moved forward without resistance, threatening the villages, and finally buried 14 of them beneath the sand. The Sahara of the Baltic coast was a disaster for its inhabitants. However, at the same time, tourism began to grow because of this natural phenomenon. Further south, the interplay of forest, meadow and sand can also be seen. In particular, the island side of the lagoon prevented desertification. Here, the Parnidden dune is a good example. On one side, forest to the edge of the dune, and on the other, sand to the coast. Curonian Spit, also named Neriga, originated 5,000 to 6,000 years ago. Morainic hills of the last ice age some 15,000 years ago arose here from the sea as islands. Nida is the southernmost region of the Lithuanian section of the peninsula, colourfully decorated fishermen's houses offer souvenirs for sale. Tourists like this atmospheric place, even if some of its buildings are new and have been rebuilt in their original style. Painters and writers have always used the beauty of Nida as a source of inspiration, including Thomas Mann, who built a summer house here in 1929, which is now a museum and meeting place. The fireplace room and view from the terrace emanate a sense of well-being. And Mann's living room contains numerous books and a bust of the famous author. On the first floor, a number of evocative photos turn back time. And provide an insight into the works of the famous Nobel Prize winner. The small cemetery of Nida is situated within a sparse forest. There are various wooden crosses along with the tombs of famous citizens such as Herman Blood. The historical Nida Museum has been adapted in both design and colour to the fishermen's houses. There's original fishing tackle and other tools. Here, fishing has always been the main source of income. And the original model of a Curonian flat-bottomed boat illustrates a long tradition. The wooden Curonian pennant became a true landmark of Spit. Once, there were 100 of these heavy, side-ruddered fishing boats. Today, only 3. But the connection to the water has remained, although often only for leisure. A ride in a Curonian fishing boat is a must. Spit is 98 kilometres long and 380 metres wide at its narrowest point. It separates the lagoon from the Baltic Sea. In 1,000 years, both wind and waves have united the small islands into a complete unit. Man almost irreversibly destroyed this paradise by his irresponsible actions, and it almost became a desert. However, this natural world has been saved just in time.
Havana, capital of Cuba, Caribbean metropolis that for many decades has been so little loved and so badly neglected. As early as 1553, the Spanish conquistadors chose Havana's harbour as a rendezvous for ships that traded gold and silver within its colonies. To protect this gateway to the New World from attack by looters, several forts were built. Thus, Cuba's oldest fortress complex originated, the Castillo El Morro. It took 21 years to build this impressive fortification. Museum exhibits are a reminder that on the 29th of October 1492, Christopher Columbus landed on the north coast, on the island of Cuba, a contraction of the Indian name Kubanacan. They even had emergency food supplies. Founded in 1515, the Spanish conquerors named the settlement San Cristobal de la Habana. During the 16th century, this royal fortification with moat and drawbridge was the residence of the Spanish rulers. This mighty fortification represents the second oldest bastion in South America. The original population consisted of 40 Spanish families, 120 free Indians, and 200 black slaves. The town, which lies in a natural harbour with a 200-metre wide entrance, soon became more important than the island's capital, Santiago. As standards of living increased, pirates and buccaneers came here and repeatedly destroyed parts of the growing town. But each time they did so, the town was rebuilt and improved. In a most beautiful colonial square, the Plaza de Armas, and in front of a small shrine, an old ceiba tree still grows, under which the founding of the town was celebrated. Everything has been renovated and some things have been transformed, such as the Duke of Santovenia's palace that is now the luxurious Santa Isabel Hotel. Freedom fighter Carlos Céspedes glances across to the Segundo Cabo Palace that was built for the colony's highest-ranking government officials. Immediately next to it is the splendidly renovated late Baroque Palacio de los Capitanos Generales that today houses the City Museum. In the shaded inner courtyard, a statue recalls the explorer Christopher Columbus. Here there are valuable paintings and old coaches. The longtime companion of the conquistador Hernán de Soto waited in vain for his return. She was called Giraldilla. On display in numerous rooms, there are extensive collections of furnishings of this long-forgotten time. The Lion Fountain is the focal point of the Plaza de San Francisco. The Basilica and adjoining monastery of San Francisco de Asís form one side of the square, For many years, this church was the most modern and elegant in the city. Today, it is used as a museum and concert hall. Because the town had become so cramped, in the 16th century there was an attempt to expand it with the Plaza Vieja, the old square. The old city palaces around the plaza have constantly been rescued from ruin and still exist in their original form. Many houses in Habana Vieja originate from the days of Neo-Baroque, which is signified by portals, marble floors and pillared walkways. Those who walk in the steps of the old lady will notice, however, that she has come of age. Her makeup is crumbling. World-weary, she sleeps. One of the oldest churches in the city was built in 1638 by black slaves who had bought their freedom, the Iglesia Espiritu Santi. Under King Charles III, the persecuted sought asylum here. Next to the altar is the stone gravestone of Pater Geronimo de Valois, who fought strongly on the side of the poor and underprivileged. His protective hand led the slaves. Old tombs are on view in the crypt. The cathedral is located in the most beautiful historic square in the heart of the old town. Originally, the construction of a missionary church on a drained swamp was instigated by the Jesuits. The transepts and the Baroque facades were added later. The cathedral remained unchanged for centuries. The remains of Christopher Columbus lay here from 1796 until 1898. The Spaniards returned them to Seville at the end of their colonial reign, but they were later taken to Santo Domingo. Havana, a city whose riches once seemed boundless, now rests in sleepy magic and waits to be discovered once again.
Copenhagen, the capital of the Kingdom of Denmark, is situated on the east coast of Sealand Island, on the Øresund, the link between the North Sea and the Baltic. A European capital of culture and the home country of the Little Mermaid, a successful combination of Scandinavian elegance and Middle European joie de vivre. The huge Christiansborg Slot extends across the larger part of Slotsholmen, Castle Island. This has been Denmark's power base for hundreds of years. The huge statue in the square features King Frederik VII on horseback, a monarch known in Danish history as the King of Democracy. On the 4th of June 1849, he signed a new constitution. The country's constitutional monarchy was born, and the transition was a complete success. In 1167, Bishop Absalon of Roskilde was granted by King Valdemar an area of land on Øresund, to which the small settlement of Havn also belonged. For the protection of both fishermen and traders, he built a fortress, and the settlement developed into Købmandshavn, the harbour of the traders. Copenhagen was born, and the fortress was continuously enlarged until in 1376 a castle was built on its foundation. However, this building was also eventually replaced by another. Fire devastated the castle several times until in 1928 the present Christiansborg was completed. Of the 600 rooms of the slot, some are reserved for the country's parliament and the remainder are used by the royal family for festive events. Its dark granite facade appears sombre and melancholic. Thus, it's easy to understand why the royal family chose not to reside in the castle. Amalienborg Castle was transformed overnight into a royal residence. It was the night of the 26th of February, 1794. The night when Christiansborg Castle burned down. Since that time, the royal family has resided within the 4 buildings of the Amalienborg complex, a gem of European architecture based on a castle in France. Each day, the royal bodyguards march from Rosenborg Castle across the city centre to the changing of the guards ceremony, a marvellous event that takes place precisely at 12 noon. In the Northern Palace, a small castle museum features various items of furniture and clothing that date back to the golden years of the monarchy. large collection of weaponry indicates the exquisite craftsmanship of that time. Denmark was renowned for this. The large oil paintings of the former regent are impressive. And in the center of the square is King Friedrich, who created this district of the city. Next to the castle is the huge green dome of Friedrichskirche that is better known as Marble Church due to its interior that is furnished with Norwegian marble. It was far more modest than originally planned because the public purse was almost empty. But its huge dimensions are nevertheless quite remarkable. A businessman, Tietgen, financed its completion. The cathedral was designed along the lines of St. Paul's Cathedral in London and the Peter's Church in Rome. Next, the shining golden onion-shaped domes of a Russian Orthodox church appear. The Alexander Nevsky Kirche was financed at the end of the 19th century by the Russian government. It symbolizes the close relationship of the Danish royal family to the Tsar. The sculptor Bundgaard was inspired by the legend of Sealand Island and created the ostentatious Gevion Springwand fountain. The goddess Gevion transformed each of her 4 sons into a bull, and one night they ploughed the land that is now Denmark and took it from Sweden. Each day, crowds of people make for Copenhagen's world-famous landmark, the Little Mermaid. It was created by artist Edward Eriksen. Tiny and elegant and seated on a stone, she gazes yearningly across the sea, oblivious to the city's hustle and bustle. The city has a long history. It has always been influenced by the sea. The Viking era was one of adventure and drama, plunder and invasion. In 1016, Canute the Great ruled over Denmark, England and Norway, and Christianity became the official religion. Copenhagen was founded and Denmark's influence grew. Trade increased and brought with it a good degree of prosperity. Copenhagen's population increased to around 10,000, and the city fully exploited its location between the North Sea and the Baltic. At that time, the church was highly influential and dominant. And and each ship that passed through the Öresund was subject to a toll. But then followed hostility with the nobility, various peasant revolutions and the Reformation. A period of unrest that lasted for more than 200 years. King Christian III succeeded in stemming the power of the Catholic Church, and the Lutheran doctrine became the country's official religion. Next, Sweden declared war. Copenhagen courageously survived a 2-year blockade and was declared a free city. Its citizens were henceforth on an equal footing with the nobility. This marked the beginning of a cultural high season, and under King Christian IV, the city's population doubled. New districts developed and seafarers began to settle there. Some years ago, Nyhavn was a place of brothels and tattoo parlors. Today, it is an attractive meeting place, a popular shoreline leisure area. The colourful facades of these old buildings shine out in fresh, bright colours. They were once built and inhabited by the city's traders. In 1671, King Frederick linked Kongens Nytorv and the harbour via a canal in order that the traders could anchor their ships in front of the warehouses. This is a popular area, and in the warmer months of the year, its numerous bars, cafes and restaurants become almost as one. It is here that the city's inhabitants meet along with the visiting tourists, each of them attracted by the unique atmosphere of this district. And the captivating sailing ships moored alongside the quay add to the romantic setting. Nyhavn lives on, but in another age. Today, the small and fascinating lanes of the old town exude a sense of well-being, although several past fires destroyed the majority of its buildings. The Rundetårn is an unusual building that was built at the command of the Renaissance King Christian IV. Its circular tower is 36 meters high and has a diameter of 15 meters. In place of a conventional stairway, royal architects Hans and Morten van Steenwinkel constructed a winding 209-meter-long ramp. Thus, the somewhat rotund king was able to travel without difficulty by carriage to the astrological observatory at the top. The breathtaking view from the uppermost platform extends far beyond the old town, and the wrought ironwork created by royal ironsmith Caspar Finke adds to the striking appearance of the circular window. The circular tower had three functions: as the bell tower of Trinitatis Church, the entrance to the university's library, and as an astronomer's observatory. The Gothic Trinitatis Church burned down in 1728 and was rebuilt according to Renaissance design, a church for the university's students with an adjoining library. The fully restored sacred building contains a pulpit and an altar picture that date back to the 18th century, plus a splendid Rococo clock. The many small lanes in the Old Town are today pedestrian-only areas, and a good assortment of shops, bars and restaurants make the visit to the Old Town an enjoyable experience. Rosenburg Slot was built at the beginning of the 17th century as a castle retreat. Designed by King Christian IV, it was strongly influenced by Dutch architecture. But the castle was subsequently seldom inhabited and became a storage area for royal heirlooms and many such objects belonging to the Danish crown. Copenhagen's most ostentatious building has a long tradition as a museum and since 1838 has been open to the public. Rosenburg was the first contemporary history museum in Europe. One of the most impressive buildings in the city is the 127-meter-long old commodity exchange that was built in 1620 in lavish Dutch Renaissance style. But for King Christian IV, this two-story building was not spectacular enough. Thus, 18 striking frontons and a 54-meter-high tower was subsequently added. At this time, the largest trading country in Northern Europe was to have introduced the first stock exchange in this part of the world. However, the 30 Years' War prevented this. The Baroque Voorfrelsiskirche has an 87-meter-high spire that is crowned by a gilded globe with a statue of Jesus. The idea of creating an external flight of winding stairs came to architect Loritz de Thurah from a similar design in a Roman church. The mighty Radhuis, with both its tower and square, originated at the end of the 19th century and is a combination of classical and North Italian Renaissance. This city hall is the 7th of its kind in the history of the city. Martin Nierop eventually realized this large project following many setbacks. His blueprint that is reminiscent of the City Hall in Tuscany's Siena aroused much criticism, and the lute players continue to play in silence. The statue of world-famous Danish author Hans Christian Andersen at the side of the square is easily overlooked and is worthy of a more suitable location. A brewer, Carl Jacobsen, was intrigued by ancient statues, and as a consequence of this, he created one of the country's most important collections, the New Carlsberg Glyptotek. An outstanding museum that contains the largest collection of objects that date back to antiquity in Northern Europe. A large number of ancient Greek and Roman stone images and heads are exhibited here. The Egyptian section is well worth a visit. The extraordinary relics of ancient times are exhibited in modern rooms and atmospheric surroundings. Sarcophaguses, mummies and burial objects are also displayed here, beautifully laid out and protected by glass, as if they had been created only yesterday. Together with his wife Ottilia, Carl Jacobsen succeeded in establishing a centre of art here, dating from antiquity to the great works of various French artists and sculptors. The Venetian-looking building, with its columned portal and dome, is a unique museum of art, yet it originated due to the sale of beer. No visit to Copenhagen would be complete without a visit to its famous amusement park. A mixture of park, art and revelry. Tivoli. Everything moves and there's so much to catch the eye. It was inaugurated on the 15th of August 1843 and was the brainchild of Georg Carstensen. Its modern attractions and general design create a splendid atmosphere. It's an exciting high-tech park and a popular destination for one and all. There are several leisure facilities located around its lake, and there's even a roller coaster ride. Chinese pavilions create an exotic fairy tale atmosphere that attracts millions of visitors each year, and which serve as the model for many other amusement parks. Ballet, theatre and music performances also take place in Tivoli, and next to a nostalgic carousel is a modern scooter and computer racecourse. The people here know how to enjoy themselves and don't just consume smorgasbord and aquavit. Sweets of every kind are always in great demand. Copenhagen is a friendly metropolis. Tolerance and openness are the order of the day. And despite its liveliness, there is little pressure. This city on the sea fascinates all who come here.
North of Tokyo and surrounded by extensive woodland is the shrine complex of Nikko. The elegant Taiyuin-bio shrine uniquely combines the shrine and temple architecture of the Momoyama era. After entering through the Nyomon Gate, there are several small stone towers that lead to the Nitenmon Gate. Within niches, 4 divine sentinels guard the shrine grounds. Past a waterhouse in which ritual drinking and washing take place, a path leads higher and higher. A bell tower forms a unit with a drum tower. We pass through another gilded gate. Everywhere appear protective spirits who protect the outer sanctuary. A small courtyard leads up to the gilded Yashamon Gate, which is guarded by 4 statues of protective spirit Yasha. Next, the Haiden, a sanctuary of the temple. Immediately afterwards, the Honden, the inner sanctuary. Artistic bird and flower motifs adorn the wooden window grilles that obscure a view of the interior. The unusual Kokomon Gate, in the style of the Chinese Ming dynasty, is just off the road to Iemitsu's tomb. The entire complex was designed and completed as a mausoleum for Tokugawa Iemitsu. The Futarasan shrine lies opposite, almost hidden within the hills and forests, which, particularly in autumn, enchant with a blaze of vivid colour. The first Tokugawa shogun Yasu left precise regulations for his burial. As both an incarnation of a Buddhist and Shinto deity, the powerful ruler wanted to protect his empire, even in death. Years after Yasu's demise, his grandson Iemitsu assembled up to 15,000 craftsmen and over 100 of the most important artists of the time. Influenced by the Chinese Kano school, and in only 2 years of construction, they created these massive monuments on the edge of the Nikko Mountains. The complex comprises both a Buddhist and Shinto area. In the rear, simple temple halls hide the source of wisdom, whose water is supposed to improve eyesight. Tokugawa Iemitsu wanted the shrine to exemplify both power and pomp for his grandfather, Ieyasu. Past a 5-story pagoda and stone and bronze lanterns, the route leads to the holy stable. 3 wise monkeys decorate the building, which see, hear, and speak no evil. For 2 years, craftsmen were constantly busy with construction work, design, gilding, painting, and varnishing. Thus, without doubt, came into being the most powerful and magnificent temple complex in Japan. After the next gate, steps lead to an open space with both a drum and bell tower. The abundance of decorations and ornaments here is in stark contrast to the simplicity of Buddhist art. The holy fountain was used for ritual ablutions. And next, Rinzo contains the library. Tokugawa Ieyasu was the founder of Tokugawa shogunate, which ruled for 250 years. The son of a small princedom was kept as a boy for years as a scourge by rivaling clans. He later became a general who defeated all of his enemies in the Battle of Sekigahara in 1600. In 1603, he was appointed shogun and chose the fishing village of Edo, today's Tokyo, as his headquarters. His last wish was to be brought to Nikko 1 year after his death. There, his soul became the tutelary goddess of Bakufu and all of Japan. The inner sanctuary is therefore highly revered and guarded by stern gods. Nikko encapsulates history, burial ground, and a refuge of faith.
The Göta Canal is Sweden's construction of the millennium. It connects the Kattegat on the North Sea with the Baltic Sea. It's the main waterway through Sweden, from Gothenburg to Stockholm. A canal that ingeniously links Sweden's largest lakes. This fascinating journey begins in Sweden's second largest city. Gothenburg is a seaport that was founded in 1621 as Sweden's military and economic gateway to the world. Swedes are cheerful folk, and culture plays a major role in the life of the city's residents. The Dutch were highly influential, and they arrived in Sweden in the 17th century. But Gothenburg's rapid prosperity came when the city's merchants created their own East India Company in true Dutch style, with huge trading houses. The fish market in the Fish Church attracts many visitors, and a boat trip on the canals is an atmospheric experience. With its many historic buildings, the old working-class district of Haga conveys the small-town atmosphere of former times. The hill beyond Haga is the location of the Skansen-Kronen fortress, with guns and a large tower. On Packers Quay, close to both the Maritime Centre and the Opera, the Wilhelmstorm, on which we shall travel across Sweden, awaits us. A peaceful and contemplative journey through time with some unforgettable experiences. From Gothenburg, the Göta Älv leads inland, at first wide, until at Lilla Edet, the river narrows at the first lock. The original lock was opened in 1607 and was the first in Sweden. Here, the river has been dammed to make way for a power station. Next, the Trollhättan Canal, 6 meters high and 82 kilometers long. Shortly before Trollhättan, our first adventure begins, as the boat ascends, a masterpiece of canal design. Over a short distance, 6 lock systems built in a row overcome a height difference of 44 meters. One lock after the other opens up, and the inflow of water raises the boat to the next level, higher and higher. Finally, we arrive at the highest lock. The water flows in evenly, and for each lock there is between 8,000 to 12,000 cubic meters of water. Then the last lock gates open. At the dock, the passengers disembark. Next, the old lock chambers are visible. They were too small to handle the traffic. The Canal Museum is reminiscent of the construction of the lock system, and how in 1718 Christopher Polam was commissioned by Charles XII to build a canal. But with the death of the king in the same year and a severe shortage of finance, construction was delayed for 30 years. The boat continues. Today, new technical achievements impress, such as a railway bridge whose central section can be raised from 4 towers. The slow-travelling boat passes much green scenery. with rocks alternating with meadows and forests. Varnesborg, the harbour city of Aalsborgsland, appears. Again, the waterway is blocked by a low-lying railway bridge, this time opening as a tilt crane. In around 1800, goods were unloaded from the ships and taken down to Trollhättan. Now the ship sets course for Lake Vänern. The first day of an extraordinary journey comes to an end. On the morning of the second day, we've passed Sjötorp and are now in the Göta Canal further west, and again travelling across country. Slowly the ship glides along, past an evergreen landscape. Idyllic meadows, fields, sheep and avenues. We reach Godhögen via two twin locks. The narrow lock chambers have little room for the Wilhelmtarm, which forces itself in. Overcoming the locks takes time. The crew works well together. The passengers walk alongside the canal from Godhögen to Harstorp. Finally, the Wilhelmtarm reaches the last lock, with a height difference of 10 meters, but goes ever higher. The true Göta Canal travels from Sjötorp to Mem, a total of 190 kilometers. Next, a forest. This is a section called the Mountain Canal. We're now 91.5 meters above sea level. Next, the first hand-operated lock at Tartup, a level lock that raises the boat only 20 centimeters to the water level of the lake. From here, the canal opens into Lake Viken. The haunted sea, as it is known, can sometimes be quite windy. Leading from the lake is the Spetsnaz Canal. This is the narrowest part of the journey. Thin walls and stone signs guide the way through the solitude of the natural landscape, until civilization is reached once again. Now, Forsvik. For generations, the religious Kindbom family has welcomed those who come here with flowers and songs, and our boat has descended 3.5 meters. Our journey leads into the Bottensjön that is connected to Lake Vättern, until we finally arrive at the port of Karlsborg. Behind the walls of Karlsborg Fortress are barracks, various buildings and a church. A truly massive structure, built in 1809 after Sweden had lost Finland to Russia. The country's defences had to be reassessed throughout the land. For the storage of the royal treasure, secure rooms were built. For almost 90 years, it was mostly prisoners who worked here. Finally, the fortress became a museum, and included a garrison church. The journey continues eastwards. Lake Vaten is crossed from west to east. Late in the evening emerges Motala, the main village on the Goethe Canal. Despite the late hour, the famous Motala Engine Museum is open to visitors. Nostalgia in abundance surprises visitors. Television sets of past decades, radios and telephones. Shiny classic cars from various countries and numerous trademarks. So much to see in such a small space. This extensive exhibition takes everyone by surprise. On day 3, the ship starts early in the morning and travels through the Motala Ström towards Lake Buren. Past factories. And then small houses and unspoiled land owned by the canal company. Soon we reach Børenschult, an important section of the canal, with 5 lock chambers and a height of 15.3 meters to overcome. This lock brings the history of the Goethe Canal back to life. A waterway between Gothenburg and Stockholm. Since 1516, there were plans to connect the Great Lakes Vänern and Vatten with the Baltic Sea and the Kattegat. But it was not until 1810 that Baltzar von Platen convinced both king and parliament of the need for the Goethe Canal. From 1819 to 1832, 58,000 soldiers and labourers dug the canal bed by hand. A 190 kilometres, of which less than half consists of dug canal. The lock staircase has been overcome and our descent has succeeded without problems. At last, we're on Lake Buren. At the eastern end of the lake, the canal starts again and the first buildings of the town of Borensberg appear. A tilting bridge for the road marks the entrance to the Borensberg Lock, one of the last locks whose gates are opened and closed manually. Next, the famous Goethe Hotel welcomes us. The passing scenery is like something from a picture book. It's extremely tranquil as the Wilhelmshaven gradually makes its way, one of the oldest passenger ships with accommodation still in service. The ship was built in 1912. Soon after Borensberg comes the next surprise. At Kongens Norrby, the canal is directed above National Highway 36. The artificial waterway is slightly higher than the lengthy Lake Norrbysjön. As if in a canal, the water flows away. The second aqueduct, the Långsbyrå, was found to contain a leak, so it was further strengthened with compacted earth and a thick layer of gravel. The aqueduct was a solid mass. Finally, we reach Hedda, where 15 lock chambers follow. Again, we disembark and walk along the canal. Fragrant flowers, heavenly peace, and gentle ripples of water accompany our route. Until we take a detour through meadows. Our destination is not too far away, the Vreta Monastery, that was founded in around 1120. The monastery garden, with its lush green colonnades, hides the ancient ruins that surround the surviving main church. In 1160, the Benedictine monastery was transformed into a first Cistercian monastery for nuns, founded by King Inge and Queen Elena. Two early Swedish kings and their relatives are buried here, and various paintings and objects are reminiscent of the long history of this holy place. Today, the monastery church belongs to the Lutheran State Church of Sweden. On the canal, the most spectacular section of the entire Goethe Canal awaits us. The Karl Johan Lock, near to the small town of Berg. The boat slowly approaches a large lock staircase and moves gingerly into the top chamber. There are often only about 20 centimeters between the boat and the wall. Seven interconnecting locks lead directly down, one after the other, to Lake Rossen. A large crowd is there, perhaps waiting for an unexpected disaster, or for a boat to rise to a total of 18.8 meters. It takes about 1 hour 45 minutes to lower the boat. In the penultimate lock, the enthusiastic passengers board once again. The captain carefully steers the nostalgic boat into the last lock chamber. The crew goes about its concentrated routine. Our descent is complete, and we continue on the long, drawn-out Lake Rossen. Again, a natural body of water forms part of the eastern Goethe Canal, a remnant of the Ice Age, 33 meters above sea level. From Berg to Norsholm, the boat traverses the lake, mostly within sight of the tree-lined shore, which becomes increasingly inhabited. Then the canal entrance appears. Norsholm welcomes our boat as a railway swing bridge that spans the canal opens as if by magic directly in front of the next lock. Here too, a level lock was created so as to prevent the lake water from escaping. The road swings open to let us through. A short section of canal connects to the next lake. For the crew, there's always something to do, with new locks to negotiate. We're nearing the next natural lake. The remotely located Halter Lock is the gateway to the small Lake Asplangen. The 3.2-meter deep bodies of water are soon crossed, and at Snøveltorp, the dugout section of the canal begins again. Again, we travel through farmland, meadows and fields, and in the twin locks of Carlsberg, we lose almost 10 meters in height. But now, night falls. We arrive at Söderköping. Early in the morning on the fourth day, we leave Mem and the Goethe Canal. We arrive at the Baltic Sea and Slatbacken Bay. We travel along the coast of Sörmland into Himmelfjorden. And along the Södertälje Canal. In the city of Södertälje, we pass the lock of the same name and at 135 meters, the largest of our journey. Even in Viking times, this was an important trading center. The connection from the Baltic Sea to Mälaren. Lake Mälar is the third largest in Sweden, with a variety of bays, islands and peninsulas, a labyrinth of water and land. We arrive at the small island of Björkö and visit the remains of the ancient Viking city of Böke, Sweden's first town. Today, the island contains just a few reconstructed huts. It's estimated that Böke was founded in around 760 AD. Böke became an important trading center. Merchants came here from far and wide and exchanged much sought-after goods. The castle hill was a natural refuge when danger threatened, and the island had at times between 700 and 1,000 inhabitants. In addition to the merchants, artisans and farmers settled here too and also traded their wares. Each family had a small site. City culture was born and influenced those who lived here. In 830 AD, a young monk, Ansgar, arrived and preached the Christian gospel here. In a museum on the pier, several scenes are depicted as created by early former researchers. The last leg of our journey leads to the metropolitan area of Stockholm. A 1,000 years ago, the bodies of water around the island that is known today as Gamlestan were frequented by war, trade and pirate ships. They each forced their way through the narrow canal between Lake Mälar and the Baltic Sea, and slowly a city was created. Now we reach Hammarby Lock, the last lock of our trip. This area also provides protection for the city centre from possible high water. When the inner lock gate and the bridge open for our ship, our journey into the inner city can begin. Stockholm is called the city between the bridges because it was built on 14 islands and is characterized by water. We've now reached the end of our journey in the Venice of the North and one of the most beautiful capitals in Europe. Then everything happens quickly. The passengers leave the boat and bid a hearty farewell while harbouring wonderful memories of an extraordinary journey. The crossing of southern Sweden has only been made possible due to the construction of the Goethe Canal, a waterway with 66 locks and countless bridges. This classic route from coast to coast has been an amazing experience. With the blue ribbon of Sweden, an unforgettable dream. Tunis, capital of Tunisia, heart of the country. The Paris of North Africa is a metropolis with a long history. In the center of the Medina and ring-like, the domed roof of the souk encircles the olive tree mosque, spiritual center of the old town. In 732 AD, the foundation stone was laid for the Mosque et Zitouna. Legend has it that where the mosque now stands, there was a miracle-performing olive tree. Originally, its design was rather plain, but it was later transformed into a larger Friday mosque, and in the 13th and 14th centuries, it became a high school complex. The striking arcades in the four-cornered courtyard are supported by richly decorated marble and granite pillars that originate from Roman Carthage. Its ancient appearance has been well preserved and indicates the artistry of those times. Adorned with fine pottery, a 44-meter-high minaret, the top of which was completed in 1834, rises above the mosque and can be seen from all around. Entry to this distinguished Islamic school and its large prayer hall is prohibited to non-Muslims. The central market district dates back to the Hafsidic and early Christian period. Here, there's something for everyone, many of the goods being skillfully crafted under the watchful eye of prospective purchasers. Each day, many of the local men are to be seen playing board games amid all the nearby hustle and bustle. A popular afternoon pastime. While strolling through the markets, it's like being part of an Arabian fairy tale with all the magic of the 1001 Nights. The Medina in Tunis is the largest and most well-preserved town in the country. Today, it is mainly a residential district for the poor, but its restored buildings highlight its former splendor. The leisurely ambience of the city's Moorish coffee houses still exists today. Café Mrabet is one of the most famous. Further local skills are demonstrated in the craftsman's souk, and the creation of a traditional head is an intriguing sight. The tall octagonal minaret of the Sidi Youssef Mosque is an example of Tunisia's earliest Syriac building design. Opposite is the Dar el Bey, former palace of the Turkish monarchs. Next to the mosque are the securely guarded government buildings. The new building complexes incorporate the architectural styles of the old town. A gold souk is to be found in every Arabian town. Here, gold and silversmiths sell their wares according to weight. This small enclosed inner courtyard has a dramatic history. It was here at the time of the slave trade. The slaves were chained to these red-green pillars while waiting to be sold to the highest bidder. Painted signs above the shop entrances and artistic metalwork on the gates further demonstrate the city's former prosperity. For several years, Tunis was at the mercy of the Osman and Spanish Habsburg rulers. Then followed Turkish occupation, in spite of it being a French protectorate. Following independence in 1956, Tunis was transformed. But the intriguing, picturesque alleys of the Old Town have maintained their irresistible Arabian charm. The Mosque Al-Aqsa is one of the many mosques in the Old Town. Although Islamic belief here strictly adheres to the Quran, it is not fanatical. Today, blacksmiths still work with an open fire and with the most basic tools create an amazing variety of ironware. There was already a settlement in Tunis when, in 814 BC, the Phoenicians established Carthage. In 984 BC, the Aghlabiden made it their capital city. Tunis was at its zenith during the Hafsiden period. In 1534, the Turkish corsair Kher ed-Din invaded, and then, a year later, Karl V conquered the city. Dar Ben Abdallah is a splendid palace that dates back to the 18th century and, since 1975, has incorporated a folklore museum that is well worth a visit. A large, cool courtyard is dominated by a central marble fountain. It's surrounded by both residential and official rooms that cannot be seen from the main entrance. The lavish lifestyle of the 19th century is on full display in numerous rooms. Precious furniture and crystal chandeliers, as well as beautifully attired life-size dolls. And there's even a fully equipped traditional kitchen that has been reinstated to its original splendor. Not far away, there is an historic building, the exterior of which gives little away. Turbet el-Bey Mausoleum was built in the 18th century. It is the burial place of the Hussein-id-Din dynasty that ruled from 1705 AD. The complex houses the bones of various monarchs, their wives, and government ministers from the time of Ottoman rule. Its stucco walls and marble pillars are of Italian Renaissance influence, but set in the gentle white elegance that is typical of the country. Even the small inner courtyard contains a number of graves. Numerous burial chambers encircle this place of eternal peace and prevent the access of unwanted visitors. The graves of the men have been separated from those of the women. On the headstone of each grave, there is a small marble pillar that is covered with a traditional turban. Each turban indicates the importance of each of the deceased. In around 1600 AD, the Dar Ottoman Palace was the residence of Bey Ottoman. With a splendid portal and lavish courtyard in Arabic Moorish style, this city palace epitomizes the Osmanic lifestyle. Aziza, the daughter of the Bey, became famous by giving to the poor all that her father had illicitly obtained through piracy. La Madrasa Slimania is one of the many religious schools that were established during Hasfiden rule. Tunis was the scientific and religious center of the Maghreb, during which time spiritual life reached a new height. Muslims believe that the Quran is proof that Muhammad was a direct descendant of Allah and that the original of the Holy Book is kept in heaven. The country's arts and crafts have an age-old tradition. Doors are given artistic mountings and each aspect is given various motifs designed to fend off evil spirits. The architecture of the artistically decorated balconies is typical of Tunis and adds to the beauty of the houses. The narrow lanes of the Old Town are tantamount to open-air shops, and there's a fantastic array of bags and boxes full of exotic aromatic spices. Trader offers various kinds of delicious olives, and next to him there are wooden boxes full of clucking hens. There's also a large assortment of handmade lamps. Tunis is the political, economic and cultural center of the country. Combination of both the traditional and the contemporary. The exquisite Habib Bourguiba Street leads through the modern section of Tunis. It contains the extraordinary Art Nouveau facade of the Théâtre de la Ville, a fascinating building that looks back to a colourful epoch. Hordes of people walk across the middle of the wide street to the entrance of the Old Town. Passing the city's imposing neo-Romantic Catholic cathedral, The mighty building dates back to colonial times and dominates this busy traffic area. From where, as ruler of the world, Jesus surveys the scene. Next, the Porte de France that is also known as Bab el-Bar, gateway to the Old Town. Today, Bardo is an elegant suburb of villas. But in the 19th century, the Turkish beys built their palace district here, and the former harem today contains the Bardo Museum, a majestic building. Apart from the National Museum in Cairo, the Bardo Museum contains the most important exhibits in North Africa and is famous throughout the world. It contains a wonderful overview of Tunisian history and culture. However, the abundance of exhibits is so vast that visitors need more than a little time to take on its fascinating treasures. The museum is also famous for its unique collection of delicate mosaics created by Punic Roman artists. In the section devoted to antiquity, there are various sarcophaguses that contain mummified remains, and also various statues that date back to Greek and Roman times. Arcades and small fountains decorate the reception rooms of the ancient palace, and visitors study the remarkable exhibits. The short train ride from Tunis to Carthage-Hannibal station is like a journey into a bygone age. According to legend, the city of Karthadasht was founded by Phoenician settlers in 814 BC. The Romans named it Carthage. The city soon began to control the Numidic hinterland and established colonies across the entire western area of the Mediterranean. Relatively little remains of the original Phoenician and Punic buildings. So far, archaeologists have only managed to recover Roman treasures. Carthage Museum was built on historic land that also contains numerous fascinating relics from both the Punic and Roman epochs. At one time, this building was a monastery. The original layout of the city has been reproduced with the aid of detailed models. Until its destruction by the Romans during the Third Punic War, the city contained almost 400,000 inhabitants and thus became the largest metropolis in the Mediterranean. Restoration of numerous valuable discoveries has not yet been completed. In the Punic religion, prophylactic masks were used to deter demons. A variety of Christian artifacts are also on display. The former cathedral is located next to the museum. Close by, there is an array of water cisterns, an impressive example of Roman engineering. The impressive Carthage amphitheatre dates back to the time of Emperor Augustinus. It was a popular setting for cruel and bloody entertainment. In the 3rd century AD, many Christians were slaughtered here. Following Roman tradition, the amphitheatre's arena was the most important location for public entertainment. Earlier, a far more terrible and bloodthirsty spectacle was offered to the Romans in an amazing amphitheatre. The ruins of terraced villas that once belonged to the Roman elite cling to the slopes of picturesque Odeon Hill. The luxurious lifestyle and contemporary architecture of the Romans has remained impressively intact. Between 138 and 161 AD, these astonishing thermes were built based upon designs by Antonin. They're situated in an idyllic setting close to the sea. "15 meters high, this bathing area originally extended 300 meters along the coast and was over 100 meters wide. A well-thought-out subterranean canal system was supplied by numerous cisterns that supplied water from the nearby hills down to the baths. The impressive Thermes of Antonin in Carthage were among the most beautiful and splendid bathing spas in the Roman Empire. The train eventually arrives at Sidi Bou Said, a famous city of artists located on a hill with blue balconies, windows and doors. The country's most popular tourist destination is well tuned to tourism and exploits it to the full. But it's all rather too obvious. The whitewashed houses with blue doors and window frames are typical of Sidi Bou Said. At the end of the street, almost at the top of Cap Carthage, the famous Café des Nats awaits its next customers, a classical Moorish cafe with a great atmosphere. And it also provides a wonderful view. Here, time really does appear to have stood still, and it's full of all the evocative ambience of the past. A tranquil, traffic-free world with simple comforts. The shining white houses are a splendid sight, as are the narrow and winding lanes. Like a picturesque Andalusian Pueblo Blanco. Around 3 million people live in this area of Tunis, but its many varied city districts and suburbs give the impression of villages and small towns. Carthage was destroyed to assist the growth of Tunis, a metropolis with a long and fascinating history. Cathedrals are an important part of the religious world. Works of art that unite cultural history and architecture in a remarkable way. The Stephansdom in Vienna, one of the most beautiful Gothic cathedrals in the world. It's one of the most cherished buildings in Austria. The oldest sections of the facade, such as the Heidentürme and Riesentor, are of Romanic origin. They date back to 1260 AD and the reign of King Ottokar II of Bohemia. But it was left to a member of the Habsburger royal family to complete the construction of the cathedral. Rudolf the Donor made the Stephansdom independent from the Passau bishops and laid its foundation stone. Although he did not live to see the completion of this Gothic cathedral, it was not long until a preliminary stage of the subsequent diocese came into being. In 1433, construction of the highest tower was completed. 7 years later, a mighty larchwood roof framework was added. Friedrich III finally realized the original ecclesiastical and political aims and dreams of his great-uncle, Rudolf the Donor. For the past 800 years, the building has survived fire, siege, and war. But a devastating fire during World War II caused extensive damage. Almost half the church was destroyed. After a labor of love that lasted for 7 years, the mighty doors of the Stephansdom were finally reopened. The Gothic splendor of the cathedral is here for all to see. Its architectural and artistic treasures that date back to the Middle Ages are a priceless heritage for future generations. The importance of this building was contained not only in its magnificent works of art, such as this side altar, but from 1469 it played an increasingly important role and thus became a bishop and cathedral church. A true artistic masterpiece created by numerous artists. By creating this outstanding pulpit, cathedral master builder Anton Pilgram made himself immortal as a Fenstergucker. Throughout its history, the structure of the cathedral has changed many times. There are no longer any signs of the small, former parish church that once existed here. The dark and mysterious catacombs are located beneath the Stephansdom. Up until 1783, the underground passages were also used for the burial of Vienna's commoners. Most visitors feel somewhat relieved when leaving the catacombs. Having survived all the tumult of past centuries, this unique building with its proud, tall towers that rise above Vienna has stood the test of time. Destroyed during the Second World War, the Pommerin bell was later replaced with a new bell of the same name. Today, it only rings on certain public holidays. There is a panoramic view of Vienna from the top of the North Tower. and also the 130-metre-high South Tower. Mont Saint-Michel. With its historic buildings, the 80-metre-high granite mound in France's Normandy is like something from a fairy tale. Powerful fortifications surround the small town and the abbey at the top of the rock, the remains of Mont Saint-Michel's dramatic past. Due to its unique location and architectural splendor, this picturesque village is often referred to as the wonder of the Occident. However, the island's original buildings were quite modest. In the 8th century, Bishop Aubert d'Avranches built a basilica here. According to legend, the Archangel Michael appeared in the bishop's dreams and ordered the construction of a pilgrim's church in 708 AD. Mont Saint-Michel soon developed into a much-visited pilgrimage destination that also became important for the village below the abbey. The conquest of Normandy by French King Philippe Auguste led to the construction of several Gothic buildings in the 13th century. Meanwhile, the great Romanic Abbey Church of Mont Saint-Michel remained almost unchanged. However, its construction turned out to be an immense architectural and technical challenge. The walls of the buildings collapsed several times during their construction. Finally, the Romanic church was completed in the middle of the 12th century. Thus, monastic life flourished. The refectorium impresses due to its unique atmosphere and fascinating dimensions. The cloister is also worth a closer look. In 1421, during the 100 Years' War, the old Romanic church choir area was destroyed. Reconstruction in the Gothic style took place some 25 years later. The repairs, extensions, and decoration of the Benedictine Abbey took several centuries. So a unique monument to the history of French construction developed that united various talented artists and architects of different epochs. However, in 1791, monastic life here came to a sudden and violent end. The revolutionary French troops drove the Benedictine monks from the area. The parish church of Mont Saint-Michel that dates back to the 10th century was also affected by these dramatic social and political events. The abbey was used as a prison until the Second Empire. From 1874, the historical and cultural value of this rock on the Wadden Sea was gradually rediscovered. As if to highlight its special significance, and situated in the small Finnish town of Kerimäki, the Kerimäen Kirkko proudly rises into the sky. Here, close to the fascinating lake district of the Savonlinna region, the inhabitants of Kerimäki wanted to have a church that was a little different. "45 meters long and 42 meters wide, Kerimäki Church is the largest timber-built Christian church in the world. There has been much speculation with regard to the enormous dimensions of this church that measures 37 meters to its roof. It was thought by many that its over-generous proportions were the result of an architectural miscalculation. One theory in particular was popular for some time. It was believed that the farmers of the region, who had played an important role in the construction of the church, had wrongly interpreted the building plans. However, this proved to be untrue. With a total of 20 registers, the organ was produced by a famous Finnish organ company in Kangasala and first came into use in 1894. It really is a fascinating place. Its pews add up to a total length of 1,670 meters. The former minister of the parish was responsible for the dimensions of this timber-built church. It can accommodate a congregation of 3,000. Seville Cathedral, the Catedral de Santa Maria de la Seda, is the most important church in the Andalusian metropolis. This magnificent building is the largest Gothic cathedral and also the third largest Christian church in the world. It replaced the former Islamic Seville mosque that was built by the Almohades in 1198. During the Christians' recapture of Spain and Andalusia, Seville was conquered around the middle of the 12th century by Ferdinand III. The Almohades bequeathed an amazing heritage to Seville. In the early years that followed victory over the Moors, the mosque was transformed into a church. Larger architectural transformations followed at the beginning of the 15th century, when the conquerors of Seville created the ambitious plan to build an exceptionally beautiful cathedral here. The design of its interior highlights the symbolic nature of this great cathedral. Several great artists also made their mark here. The cathedral's most prized treasure is the retabel of the high altar that demonstrates the gradual transition from the Gothic period to that of the Renaissance. The various chapels not only have great aesthetic appeal, but are also of historical artistic value as they contain a number of sacred works of art that are truly remarkable. Even today, the spacious geometry and symmetry of the building has a deeply impressive and moving effect on the cathedral's visitors. The construction of Seville Cathedral was designed to create an unmistakable symbol of Christian glory and power, a building with much political significance. The city's wealth is not only reflected in the Renaissance baptismal font within the Baptisterium, the St. Antonius Chapel, but also in the cathedral's other remarkable chapels. The richly decorated Sacristia Mare was created during the first half of the 16th century and contains several extremely valuable works of art. The cathedral also possesses a famous tomb, for this is the final resting place of the legendary discoverer of America, Christopher Columbus. The idyllic inner courtyard, the Patio de las Naranjas, transports those who come here to the days of the Almohades. From the bell gallery that is around 70 meters high, visitors can enjoy a splendid view of the cathedral below, as well as the unique courtyard and the endless ocean of rooftops in the old part of Seville. The shining white basilica of the Sacré-Cœur towers above Montmartre and across the famous Parisian art district of the same name. It is located on a hill that is 30 meters high and provides a good view of Paris and the River Seine, and thus reveals both the modern and traditional faces of this remarkable city. The church dates back to two important historical events of the 19th century: the Franco-Prussian War and the Paris Commune. In 1870, at the onset of these two events, two businessmen, Le Gentil and de Fleury, were determined to build a basilica should Paris be spared from the Prussians. Following the war and the ensuing revolution that began in Montmartre, the church was designated as a national place of penance. In addition, Romanic and various Gothic elements were also incorporated within its external design and thus play a significant part in its appearance. Numerous private gifts and generous public donations meant that the church could be built in a relatively short space of time. The dominant main dome above the high tambour and four small cupolas are of Oriental influence. From the top of the Sacré-Cœur, there is an extensive view across the French capital. The magnificent basilica on top of Montmartre Hill can be seen from several miles away. It is synonymous with Paris. In the mountain area close to Palermo is the picturesque town of Monreal, a townscape that for more than 800 years has been dominated by a single building. Monreal Cathedral was built due to a struggle for power between the Bishop of Palermo and the Norman King William II. The king believed that the bishop too strongly represented the interests of the Pope. So in 1172, William II ordered a new cathedral to be built. Architecturally, the Monreal Cathedral possesses a wonderful harmony of styles, including those of Norman, Romanic, and Arabian. With the building of the cathedral and the elevation of the city to an archbishopric, William II created a worthy competitor to Palermo Cathedral. Of the original main facade, two mighty square towers have survived. But the pride of this cathedral is its interior. Not only due to its massive dimensions that measure 102 by 40 meters, but also for its unique architecture and ornate decoration. Christ Pantocrator, the Almighty and Judge of the world. The walls contain large and beautiful mosaics with well-known passages taken from the Bible. Excerpts from both the Old and New Testaments. The ceiling also contains an array of beautiful illustrations. All this makes it quite amazing that the cathedral was constructed in only 8 years. However, the Chapel of the Crucified does not date back to Norman times. It's a perfect masterpiece of Sicilian High Baroque. The best craftsmen and artists in Palermo were involved in the creation of this chapel. Its wings feature the statues of the 4 greatest prophets. At one time, the cathedral's treasures were even more overwhelming. But over the course of time, the church became impoverished and several of its precious objects were sold. The breviary of the Order of St. John of Jerusalem has survived to the present day. Each corner of the cathedral has a story to tell. The mosaics in the nave illustrate the creation of earth and the evolution of man. However, the cloister of the Benedictine monastery on the southern side of the cathedral was most likely created by 5 master craftsmen who were originally from Provence. Each of its 228 beautiful double marble columns was individually designed. A combination of sculptures and mosaics within the cathedral. Here, the architecture, paintings, and sculptures have combined with Western European, Byzantine, and Oriental influences to form a harmonious whole. The Norman Cathedral and its adjacent cloister are 2 historic jewels that give a special significance to the small town of Monreal. St. Stephen's Church stands tall and majestic, extending high over the rooftops of Budapest capital of Hungary. The people of Budapest simply call this church the Basilica. The construction of the basilica began in 1851, but following several alterations and setbacks, it was completed in 1905. Its eventual design was the work of 3 generations of architects. During its construction, the church encountered many disasters. In 1868, its entire dome collapsed. Amazingly, no one was hurt when the dome collapsed. The grandiose interior of St. Stephen's Church is decorated with many gold plates and an array of highly decorative wall paintings. To the Hungarians, its sumptuous decor and generous use of gold was most appropriate, due to the fact that this church was dedicated to a famous national hero, the country's first Christian monarch, King Stephen I. Being Budapest's largest church, the basilica can accommodate a congregation of 8,500. A treasure chest of splendor, it contains several wonderful monuments, as well as many religious paintings. The embalmed hand of King Stephen I is one of the most precious relics. It's located in the chapel of the Holy Right Hand. The royal hand has remained intact for over 1,000 years. It has been in the basilica since 1971 and is of great symbolic significance to the Hungarian people. Due to its long gestation period, the basilica consists of 3 different architectural styles: Classic, Neo-Renaissance and Baroque. The impressive church organ and grand interior are often used for classical and religious concerts. Several tons of granite support the weight of the magnificent shining dome of the fascinating St. Stephen's Basilica. Ornate paintings cover the ceilings and decorate the spacious interior. The designs and creative ideas of the famous Hungarian architect Miklós Ybl dominate the country's second largest church. Hundreds of steps lead high up into the bell towers. The tower on the right houses the largest bell in the world, which weighs 9 tons. During the Second World War, one of the bells that was dedicated to St. Stephen was removed. It was melted down and used in the manufacture of military weapons. But in 1990, Christians from the German city of Passau donated a bell to the church in order to thank Hungary for the opening of the borders that made the escape of thousands of inhabitants of the German Democratic Republic possible. Today, each of the church's bells ring out once again in all their glory. The magnificent St. Stephen's Church is one of the many sightseeing attractions in the picturesque city of Budapest on the river Danube. The beautiful main facade of the Catedral Santiago de Compostela rises proudly into the sky. the final destination of a legendary medieval pilgrimage route. For more than 1,200 years, the marvellous buildings of the Old Town, as well as this striking cathedral, have attracted visitors from all over the world. During the Middle Ages, the town enjoyed great prominence. In addition to Jerusalem and Rome, Santiago de Compostela was the third most important Christian pilgrimage destination. Its beautiful main facade combines various decorative and architectural elements that are to be found among the Pilgrim's Way, the Camino de Santiago. Santiago's fame originates from an old belief. Legend has it that in 813 AD, the remains of St. James the Apostle were discovered on the site of today's cathedral. Following the discovery of the grave, the king of Asturia and Galicia, Alphonse II, ordered the construction of the first chapel. However, nothing remains of the original clay-built church. In 997 AD, the Moorish army destroyed the Christian building. The cathedral of today is a splendid building. Shortly after the expulsion of the North African invaders, reconstruction of the cathedral began. Under the rule of Bishop Diego Zelmirez, both the town and its Catholic Church enjoyed much prosperity, and the diocese became an archbishopric. Unlike the architectural transformation of its external facade, most of the cathedral's interior has retained its original form. The church's main nave and altar, with its precious and exquisite decoration, are a remarkable religious work of art. While strolling through the imposing interior of the cathedral, which leads to the choir, there are several fascinating works that date back to numerous epochs. In 1074, construction of Spain's first medieval cathedral began. Its construction took more than a century. Its architecture was inspired by various classical pilgrim basilicas of the time. The cathedral's typical Romanic structure and ground plan have remained intact to the present day. Only its external appearance has changed, in rich Baroque style. Santiago de Compostela is of special significance and is one of the most important buildings in the Christian world. In the course of time, the sanctuary was gradually extended and improved in the design of the Spanish late Baroque of the 18th century. Santiago de Compostela. Even today, the town has retained all of its magic, its cultural appeal, and its deep religious significance. In the heart of Finland's capital city of Helsinki is the proud and majestic Uspensky Cathedral, the largest Orthodox church in Western Europe. This red brick building is an impressive architectural symbol of the relationship that once existed between Finland and the Russian Empire. Famous Russian church architect Alexei Gornostayev was responsible for the design of this majestic structure. The altar is situated behind the iconostase, a large wall of religious art. Following Orthodox tradition, the altar points towards the east. The iconostase divides the altar room from the rest of the church. The Christus icon is located in its center. Icons are not restricted to the Eastern Church. They're also a symbol of the Christian doctrine. According to Orthodox belief, it is not the colorful wooden icons that are worshipped, but what they depict. This three-leveled work of art is the central focal point of Uspensky Cathedral's richly decorated interior. It is sometimes said that the Orthodox doctrine was the result of Finland's association with the Russian Empire. But that is wrong. With the division of the church into an Eastern and Western church in 1054, the people of Finland soon became engaged in religious conflict. With the first enforced conversions in the 17th century, the struggle between the two Christian doctrines reached its sad climax. However, the Finns subsequently began to develop their own national belief. Uspensky Cathedral is one of the most important buildings in Helsinki and is also a magnificent symbol of Finland's dramatic religious history. The picturesque old town of Porto on the Rio Douro. The historic origins of Se Cathedral date back to the 12th century when the first church was established on a raised area of granite rock. The decision to construct the building on this location was probably more for strategic rather than aesthetic reasons. The azulejos, small, blue, elaborately painted tiles, decorate the surrounding walls of the tower, as well as the upper part of the cloister. Today, the original Moresque arts and crafts are still a popular ornamental feature. Four arcades that are supported by columns that contain a broken frieze form the lower part of the cloister, which was recently restored and dates back to the 14th century. During this time, Porto developed into a great and influential trading town. its citizens enjoying newfound wealth and prosperity. The cloister next to the sacristy was built in Gothic style. It's regarded as being a typical example of the elegant, yet at the same time striking appearance of Portuguese architecture. The walls of the lower section of the Gothic cloister are also decorated with fine azulejos. They depict various religious scenes of Mary Magdalene's life. The blue square tiles made of glazed clay are used throughout Portugal. They're also popular due to their cooling properties. Today, the precious treasures and religious works of art that stem from the rich past of Sé Catedral are on display in the church's museum. The museum's exhibits include beautiful examples of historic Portuguese religious art that covers a period of more than 600 years. The lavishly furnished cathedral, which soon after its completion became an important social meeting place, with many of its activities revolving around politics. Thus, on February the 2nd, 1387, the solemn and expedient marriage of King Yao I and the Englishwoman Philippa of Lancaster took place. The final sunbeams of the day illuminate the Sé Catedral and all of Porto's ancient buildings in the light of a glorious past. On the south bank of the Ile de la Cité in Paris is a world-famous example of French Gothic architecture, the mother church of the nation, Notre Dame. It's believed that the origin of the richly decorated episcopal cathedral dates back to the time of Bishop Maurice de Sully in 1163. But the majority of the cathedral's present-day architecture, with its strange and fantastic creatures of ancient mythology, such as the chimeras, was designed in the 19th century. The menacing creatures are seated on the balustrades of the cathedral high above the ground. Construction of Notre Dame in the 12th century was extremely complex and demanding. Indeed, it continued well into the 14th century. In 1345, most of the work on this impressive cathedral and its Gothic portal, which is regarded as one of the most beautiful in the world, was finally completed. Also, the remarkable and beautifully designed rose windows in the transept are particularly noteworthy. The demon-like chimeras in the upper regions of the church peer down almost mockingly at the Christian sculpture and decor below. The church owes much of its fame to the famous French author Victor Hugo and his book, The Hunchback of Notre Dame, a great classic of French literature. Over the years, this literary masterpiece has been synonymous with this remarkable cathedral in the heart of Paris. For the French nation, the historic importance of this impressive monument is inestimable. It was from here that a crusade once embarked. It was a place of coronations and royal wedding ceremonies, including that of King Francis II and Mary Stuart in the 16th century. In 1804, Napoleon Bonaparte was crowned emperor here by Pope Pius VII on this famous island in the River Seine, the Île de la Cité. Finally, Jeanne d'Arc also found her final resting place within the interior of the cathedral. Beautiful, majestic, and awe-inspiring, St. Peter's Basilica towers over St. Peter's Square in Rome, each a unique architectural and artistic masterpiece. The second largest church in Christianity is situated in the smallest country in the world, the Vatican, for centuries the home and official residence of the papacy. Designed by Bernini, St. Peter's Square is flanked by a number of colonnades. 140 statues of saints, each around 3 meters high, are situated on the beautiful balustrade that in turn is located on 2 semicircular arms. The Bernini colonnade consists of 284 13-meter-high Doric columns and pillars that consist of travertina. Around the year 67 AD, the Apostle St. Peter was crucified in Rome during the reign of the Emperor Nero. The tomb of St. Peter became an increasingly important place of pilgrimage, despite the fact that the persecution of the Christians ended far later under Emperor Constantine. It was Constantine who, in 324 AD, ordered the building of the first Christian basilica above the grave of St. Peter. The basilica survived for almost 1100 years until its condition deteriorated to such an extent that a new building was required. The controversial decision to pull down large parts of the basilica was the idea of Pope Julius II. The subsequent construction of the Church of St. Peter soon developed into one of the most ambitious projects of the 16th century. Following the death of Pope Julius II, construction continued under many subsequent popes and several famous architects, plus renowned artists such as Raphael and Michelangelo. The design of the interior of the church is still a breathtaking sight, and everywhere there are paintings, sculptures, and mosaics. The Vatican is not only the center of the Catholic Church, it also boasts more than 500,000 priceless books and manuscripts, and contains the largest art collection in the world. Each year, the cathedral attracts millions of tourists and pilgrims from all over the world. The legendary Pieta by Michelangelo, made of the most precious Carrara marble, is one of the cathedral's most interesting works of art. The 5 magnificently decorated entrance portals also deserve a closer look. But following the completion of St. Peter's Basilica, it was necessary to have a new gathering place for the faithful, St. Peter's Square. The beauty and religious significance of Rome's St. Peter's Basilica is unique in the world. Throughout the ages, these fascinating cathedrals have focused the minds of the faithful and have each, in their own way, become immortal. Tibet, an intriguing and mysterious land of snow, high up in the Himalayas, bordering Nepal, Bhutan and India. For centuries, this was a dream destination for scientists, adventurers and missionaries, once almost inaccessible, a blossoming yet hidden kingdom. Lhasa, the holy city and place of the gods. This is the capital of Tibet and also its largest city, a land that is now an autonomous region of China. This is a sacred road that travels around the Bakhor temple. It serves as both a market and gathering place for all kinds of vehicles. Some pilgrims kneel, lie down on the road or crawl part of the way. Their chest, stomach and knees are protected by leather. The surroundings of the Jokhang Temple are full of mystique and the amazing atmosphere of daily life in Lhasa. The omnipresent sacrifice stoves that are located along the ritual pathway give off a strong scent of juniper, and a gentle breeze stirs the traditional prayer banners. The Ba Ho Road extends for 800 meters around the Jokhang Temple and nearby Suklakhang Square. For the faithful, a visit to the Jokhang Temple is the highlight of a long and arduous pilgrimage. Finally, they are close to their longed-for destination. Outside the temple's main entrance, there are large numbers of pilgrims. Thus, another entrance is made available. The Jokhang Temple was originally built as a shrine for a special Buddha statue. In the 7th century, the statue was a valuable wedding gift from the Chinese emperor to Princess Wen Zhen, who had it transported to Lhasa. The Jokhang Temple derived its name from the Tibetan name of Buddha, Jobo. It is traditional for the faithful to visit the temple on certain days of the year. They often must wait for several hours outside the gates of the sanctuary. The Dalai Lama once sat in the inner courtyard during the monks' annual final examination. On the sanctuary's roof are several artistic figures, fabulous beings that have much significance. The monks' final examinations were also a splendid festive event, so the Jokhang Temple contains much decoration. Even today, the temple is a national sanctuary and an active center of Buddhism. Without the monasteries, the development of Buddhism in Tibet would have been impossible. Some were built solely for women, such as the Ani Tsang Kung Monastery. Hidden in a tranquil side road of the old town is a nunnery in which women study sacred texts, partake in arts and crafts, and also do their washing. It's the same for the monks. They come to the monastery as early as 8 years of age and grow up within the religious community. Despite their varying sizes and locations, each monastery has a similar layout that includes a sheltered courtyard, an altar, and several rooms that contain the images of various deities. They cook for themselves in the monastery's kitchen. As in many other monasteries, a steep staircase leads up to an assembly hall. The Dukang is used for daily gatherings as well as religious ceremonies. The nuns pray here together and focus on the spiritual presence of the Dalai Lama. Daily life outside the monastery gates is beginning to conflict more and more with contemporary city life. This is ever more obvious. While new and generous roads are busy with buses and bicycle rickshaws, within the courtyards of the old town, women create sheepskin rugs manually. Despite the speedy modernization of this village that has grown into a city, it has managed to retain its timeless character. picturesque inner courtyards are reminiscent of old picture books that feature the exotic world of the Tibet that was once almost totally unknown by the outside world. It contains many well-preserved wooden buildings from days gone by that are still in good condition due to the dry and cool mountain climate. Around 7 kilometers west of Lhasa's city center, there are hordes of visitors, as this area contains the old summer residence of various former Dalai Lamas. The Norbulingka, the Garden of Gems, has been deserted since the end of the 1950s because in 1959 the last Dalai Lama was forced into exile. Before a representative of the Chinese Emperor of the Qing dynasty had a palace built here for the 7th Dalai Lama, there was once a willow grove. The palace was subsequently enlarged and named Norbulingka. However, the 7th Dalai Lama never lived in this summer residence. It became the home of the 8th Dalai Lama. Over the years, the large Norbulingka complex had further buildings added during the reign of various Tibetan monarchs. Yet the colourful blossom cannot obscure the sad history of this beautifully located summer residence. The splendid Norbulingka rightly deserves its name. The Dalai Lama's summer residence and its spacious parks are veritable treasures. In the north of the old town is another important temple, Ramoche. Built in the 7th century and destroyed several times by fire, it was, however, lovingly rebuilt. This ancient place of culture contains an academy of the esoteric Gelugpa set, as well as a higher Tantra institution that teaches Buddhist texts to the monks. The old monastery building once stored a statue that was brought to Tibet by the Nepalese wife of King Songtsen Gampo. During the Cultural Revolution, its interior decoration was pillaged and the temple was used as both a school and living quarters. Today, it is once again an important sanctuary. Now more than 50 monks live here. It's also a pilgrimage destination. From the roof, the Potala Mountain Palace can be seen in all its glory. It's plain to see how this city has become a center of religion. A new building of traditional design, the Tibet Museum, features numerous works of art from various epochs, from prehistory right up until the time of the monarchy. The history of Lhasa began in the 7th century when the 33rd Tibetan king Songtsen Gampo relocated here from the Yalong Valley. Even then, man had a good understanding of the world. Medicine, astronomy, and art had developed to a high level. The king had his palace built on the Mapori, the hill on which the Potala was constructed. The first royal city was surrounded by a high wall. Chinese immigrants introduced their culture to this remote mountain world. including the traditional evening market that is now very much a part of everyday life here. The Tianhai Evening Market is situated in a large hall that contains several corridors. The various shops are packed in quite tightly, and they boast a large variety of goods. There are also several restaurants in which all kinds of food is freshly prepared, a true feast for the senses. Ten kilometers west of Lhasa is one of the most important monasteries in Tibet. A pilgrim trail leads up to Drepung Gongpa that was built in 1416 by a scholar of Tsongkhapa, who was the founder of the Gelug order. The Gelug Academy is the earliest of the four main doctrines of Tibetan Buddhism. The followers of this order are also known as Yellow Caps. Along with the Sera and Ganden monasteries, the Drepung monastery complex forms the three pillars of the state. In addition to religion, many other subjects were also taught here. Because the abbots of Drepung were heavily involved in politics, the monastery was often attacked. Much of the monastery complex was destroyed by the Mongol armies of the Dzungaris and the Koshok tribes. In the first part of the 17th century, while under the rule of the 5th Dalai Lama, Drepung was again enlarged. Many important spiritual leaders studied at one of its four faculties. The political influence of the abbots remained intact until the Cultural Revolution. And now the important monastery complex of Drepung Gongpa looks as good and divine as ever. Opposite Potala and nestling on a rock wall is a small and ancient cave sanctuary, the Palupuk Temple. Steep steps lead up to the first level of the temple that was once used to calm down various rock and water deities who were disturbed by the construction of the Jokang. As is customary, here the deities of long life are worshipped in glass display cabinets. Early Nepalese artists created them. The steps lead to further corridors that have been carved into the rock, to painted caves in which the various deities are worshipped. The pilgrims are mesmerized by the colorful sacred paintings. The Lhasa River is one of the tributaries of Yarlung's Zangbo River. It flows through both the city and the colorful High Valley. In the 7th month of the Tibetan calendar, the Tibetans bathe here and wash their laundry. It's believed that the water has a healing effect, and the courageous throw themselves into the water of happiness. Around 60 kilometers east of Lhasa, amid the untouched mountain world of the Kichu Valley, is the town of Dagzi that contains one of Tibet's most famous monasteries. Ganden Gompa was once a flourishing monastery town. However, this much revered Tibetan landmark was destroyed during the Cultural Revolution. Prior to the annexation of Tibet by China, this temple town was for centuries a religious center of the Yellow Caps Academy. Until 1959, 3,000 monks inhabited the Ganden monastery complex. At that time, it truly lived up to its name, meaning full of joy. It's believed that the founder of the monastery and father of the Gelug Academy, Tsongkhapa, once taught his pupils in one of its halls. Tsongkhapa chose this site for the construction of his monastery in 1409. His various reforms were realized here in Ganden. Tsongkhapa's tomb, the most holy place in the complex, has a unique atmosphere, mysterious and highly spiritual. The local people are ardent believers. China made it possible. A train journey to the roof of the world. The Qinghai Express that travels from Peking to Lhasa. Everything here is huge. The square plus the train station and its platforms. This new railroad is one of the most ambitious projects of the People's Republic of China. 1,120 kilometers of railway track, 286 bridges, and the highest located train station in the world. Custom-built pressurized wagons guarantee a necessary supply of oxygen. Tibet will derive much benefit from this railroad, even though almost half the route travels through permafrost regions that are earthquake-prone. A special cultural highlight is the show theatre Happiness on the Way, with its review of the same name. Here, age-old traditions are performed. In the style of a Las Vegas show, Tibet's mystical history is performed, with splendid costumes, acrobatics, and exotic music. Well-built men perform the laborious work of the farmers in their fields, and the stage setting changes into the various seasons of the year. A long journey always leads to the gate of happiness. Now it's harvest time. The people are grateful. Finally, they're able to harvest what they've sowed. All their hard work has reached fruition. Growing harmony and contentment fill the scene. With each new stage set, happiness increases. A group of musicians joins the actors, and the harvest is celebrated with song and dance. The artists are ecstatic, while others dance frenetically on the huge stage, strikingly dressed in white goatskin. They come to their final destination. Meditating Tibetan monks await their arrival and move together in perfect harmony in front of a huge painting of Buddha. But now, back to reality. On the other side of the Chakbori, a small mountain opposite Potala, is the seldom visited Sangya Tongku temple. Hidden away and therefore off the tourist trail, this temple of 1,000 images of God is nevertheless very popular among faithful Buddhists. It is a place of silent prayer. Outside the main temple that has a facade of painted rock, it's not far to a stupa whose walls contain various illustrated plates. The illustrations depict Buddha in various religious poses. The outer pilgrim's route around Lhasa leads past this temple, hidden away from the hectic life of the city. In the environs of the city, 3 large monasteries were once important centers for the Yellow Cap sect: Drepung, Ganden and Sera. In 1417, construction of the monastery began. Jamchen Choje, a pupil of Tsongkhapa, chose this place that also had a number of hermits' caves. In former times, Tibet's Shaolin Temple stood here, a place in which monk soldiers and guards were educated. The monks of Sera were well known for their quick thinking, and the discussion garden is still used for emotional arguments that are accompanied by enthusiastic clapping. More than 5,000 monks once lived here. Today, there are around 200, and the 3 academies still enjoy an excellent reputation. However, as many demonstrations for Tibet's independence begin here, a visit to the monastery can sometimes be a little risky. The Potala towers up mighty and timeless, one of the most extraordinary places in Asia. Long before the Dalai Lamas, this palace mountain and its close surroundings served as the location for the residences of Tibet's monarchy. There was subsequently a manifestation of the new power of the Yellow Academy that has, right up until the present day, lost nothing of its importance as a highly religious location. The Potala Palace is one of the most important destinations for the many pilgrims who come to Mapori Mountain each day. The architecture of the red and white palaces dates back to the 17th century, to the time of the 5th Dalai Lama. Potala is a symbol of the political and spiritual power that the Dalai Lamas have possessed throughout the centuries on this religious state. The incarnated living gods whose successors were the reincarnation of the same soul. In 1578, the Mongol Emperor Altan Khan gave the Tibetan vice-regent the title Dalai Lama, that means Ocean of Wisdom. Each of the subsequent 14 religious leaders have retained this title. The Yellow Academy knew how to establish itself. The believers of other doctrines were forced to convert or flee. However, since 1720, the Chinese Empire began to make its own demands on Tibet. Lhasa, a city of gods on the roof of the world, is undoubtedly one of the last mysterious locations on Earth. Regensburg, Germany's medieval wonder. Capital of the Bavarian Oberpfalz, and also often described as Italy's most northerly city. Much prized in Europe and designated by UNESCO as a unique cultural and historical monument, and also the hometown of Pope Benedict XVI. The mighty dome of St. Peter marks the center of the old town. The impressive Episcopal church stands on the site of a Roman building. An equestrian statue of King Louis I guards the Gothic building. Indeed, it was he who had this sacred building completed. The building was modelled after various French Gothic cathedrals in around 1250 AD, and several master builders took part in its construction. The facade of the cathedral tells its own story. Statues, gargoyles, reliefs, and stained glass windows depict the religious faith of medieval times. After the eyes have become accustomed to the dark interior, the little light permitted by the lead glass windows adds an air of mystery. The external walls contain varied tones. The reason for this was that more than one type of stone was used for their construction. First limestone, then green sandstone, and then limestone again. At the side of the cathedral is the St. Ulrich Church, which was originally the Duke's Chapel. Today, this early Gothic church is the diocesan museum, and it contains a number of precious sacred objects that date back hundreds of years. Here, the Middle Ages lives on, and a prominent tower with adjacent passage makes up the Duke district. Regensburg has a long, proud and colourful history, and more than 2,000 years ago the Celts settled here. Later came the Roman legions camp of Castra Regina, and in the early 6th century the Agilolfingers settled here. In 739 AD, a monk, Bonifatius, founded a diocese. And from 834 AD, the German East Frankish King Ludwig and Emperor Arnulf of Carinthia resided here. Following the extinction of the Carolingians, Regensburg remained the residence of both emperors and kings, as well as wealthy merchants who became increasingly influential. This all augmented the city's image and its inevitable prosperity. In the power struggle between both emperor and church, there was another contender. The bourgeoisie, immensely rich merchants, comparable with the Fuggers. In 1245, Emperor Frederick II decreed that the city should govern itself, headed by a mayor. So the free imperial city was born. The ancient town hall is one of the oldest in southern Germany and was built in the 13th century. The city's wealthy citizens featured grand ballrooms on the first floor of their residences. Therefore, the town hall could have nothing less grand, and so the imperial hall was built. The city grew and numerous commercial buildings and residential areas were created. However, the eventual 30-year war did not spare Regensburg. A quarter of a century later, following the Peace of Westphalia, the city's churches were once again transformed. The old chapel was embellished with elaborate Rococo stucco. Regensburg is located at the northernmost point of Europe's second longest river, the Danube. A 984-foot-long bridge leads to the gate. In prehistoric times, there was a ford, and later a pontoon bridge followed by a wooden bridge. But after various floods and collisions with sheets of floating ice, it had to be rebuilt. Subsequently, a stone bridge was built. In the Middle Ages, the city was both culturally and economically the fastest growing city in southern Germany. But both church and dukes strove for power. A bitter power struggle with no winners. Even when the Perpetual Diet, a kind of German parliament, was held here after the Peace of Westphalia, the city saw little benefit. There met the rulers of the Holy Roman Empire and many foreign observers. However, they paid no taxes and were allowed to bring in their goods duty-free. Finally, Regensburg fell to the Kingdom of Bavaria in 1810 and became a provincial Bavarian town. Here, the 19th century could be described as having been a sleeping beauty, because this city on the Danube lacked industry, and therefore the new wealth. The fact is, though, that both history and the old town have made Regensburg a World Heritage Site.
Around a 30-minute drive from the hustle and bustle of gambling paradise Las Vegas is the fascinating landscape of Red Rock Canyon. In addition to the canyon's mighty rock walls, it's the region's cacti that typifies this desert-like environment. For millions of years, it has managed to withstand the ravages of both wind and rain. Red Rock Canyon is part of the huge Mojave Desert that extends south from California and Nevada to Arizona. A conservation area, Red Rock Canyon derived its name from the glowing red rock of which it is formed. The origin of this world of rock dates back more than 65 million years. Several huge tectonic plates once collided along the Keystone Thrust Fault, and this resulted in many layers of rock being piled up one on top of another. Today, these rocks are closely associated with the legendary Wild West of old, and a land full of adventure and romance. Due to its close proximity to Las Vegas, in recent years Red Rock Canyon has become popular with nature enthusiasts. The nature reserve offers a splendid range of walks, and it's also extremely popular with climbers. Those who come here are spellbound by the red, sometimes ochre-colored rock. Those less inclined to walk can travel by car on a 20-kilometre-long scenic route that provides some remarkable views of the canyon. There are several good vantage points from which the full spectacle of this amazing canyon can be enjoyed. A large number of tall varieties of cacti add life to the otherwise sparse and arid terrain. At first sight, this apparently lifeless world can be deceptive, as living among the rocks are a variety of creatures. Within the craggy rocks of Red Rock Canyon, there are traces of both prehistoric life and also the Native American Indian. Several of the fossils discovered here date back to the Triassic period, while others have been traced back to Miocene times. They are impressive proof of the ancient history of this unique region. This section of the Mojave Desert is certainly evocative of primeval times. The rock formations provide a good insight into its geology. The geology of this area has also revealed much about its original inhabitants. It was once home to various species of dinosaur, and thus is of great interest to paleontologists. Due to its outward appearance, this area is more like a huge valley, surrounded by several high mountain ranges than a canyon. From time to time, clouds caress the surrounding mountains of Red Rock Canyon, some of which are more than 2,000 meters above sea level. During the course of millions of years, mighty forces pushed the gigantic masses of rock on top of each other and thereby created this magnificent scenery. In various other parts of the canyon, there is much vegetation to be seen that is both varied and full of color. When in flower, the desert vegetation is at its most beautiful, and even small springs can be found here. A number of springs contain water throughout the year and are therefore vital to a number of small animals. This area also contains the remains of early settlements. Close to Willow Springs are some ancient petroglyphs and various other rock carvings created by the Native American Indians who once lived there. The exact significance that the red rocks of this region once had for the ancient peoples of North America will probably never be known. And it is indeed a mysterious landscape. But one thing is for certain, man will continue to be intrigued by the awe-inspiring splendor of Red Rock Canyon.